Hello, hello. I am back. It is the afternoon. We started looking at allocation stuff this morning. We're going to keep doing that. I want to see, is audio even working for me? No. Why? Oh, something weird just happened. Huh, that's weird. Now I hear things again. I don't know what's causing that. That's the second time that's happened today. That like power cut off for the left side of my desk. Plugged into. Oh, it's everything in my hub. I wonder if the hub's going bad. That would be really bad. This thing was not cheap. Hey, Chef Alden. Hey, Flair. I'm not counting down the days when I know what work I'm going to be doing because I think it's more descriptive. Oh, God. The tooltip's not adjusting. No. Why? They're way over there. What are they doing way over there? Oh, man. This is probably that same issue as before. We have some like await process frame thing that's just wrong. I don't know what it could be, though, at this point. All right, well, there's tooltip. So position your mouse on next frame. I'm guessing I need to do this twice. The weird part about this is that I'm now running... Was that open from Rider that whole time? I hope not. Because if so, we left that running for a very long time. No, this is working now. Weird. Oh, wait, I just added in the new... No, I didn't add anything. Oh, it's probably that race condition then. What did I do? I just went here and I clicked settings and then looked at these and it didn't work. Now it looks like it's fine. Hey, T-Bot, long time no see. How's it going? What have you been up to? That project you were working on ever get shipped? Messing with Unity as of late? It's nice to... Wait, am I thinking the right person? I hope I'm thinking the right person. I think I am. Hey, Schultz. Why just set the master volume to 0? I mean, I had it 0 originally just because I get annoyed by hearing the same, like, 5 seconds of audio every time I start up the game. I am, yeah. Yeah, did I ever get shipped? The Linuxy stuff? All right, well, I don't see this happening anymore. It is entirely possible that it can happen and that there's a race condition here. And I think the way that we would suss out the race condition is by changing the number of ticks per second down to, yeah, something like 2, and then starting the game, and then it's probably going to break. I guess it's not a guarantee that it breaks. Be considered match fixing. Okay, I can't get this to happen again. All right, I'm just not going to worry about it. Let's set this back to 60. Okay, what are we looking at then? So get nodes in group calls. Or maybe we should tackle the translate thing first and figure out what's going on here. Oh, hey, I'm Rox. Sorry, I missed your message. I think I missed your message. Extension method overload for translate that accepts C# string and does cache translation. Okay, so let me think about this. What are we doing? We need to replace something like time formatting strings. That's your one joke for today? No. I get another joke. You don't get to do that. Text formatting? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so what if we called something like cached translate? And I'm going to put this in another file at some point here, but cache translate would be a public static string that takes in text and context and then does something like the dictionary that I had from earlier. The work one still hasn't shipped? Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Oh, that's too bad. What's the other one? And are you still learning Tokipona? Is that what it was? Yeah. Or not learning. I guess you already learned it. I guess you probably learned it actually very quickly, but are you still using it? I'm surprised I remember the name of that. So where do we do this walk animation system? I mean, I should have a caching layer for everything that we do here. Just string to string name. Godot string names. Yeah, it should probably go into here. I strongly dislike this. Yeah. Gotta come up with another joke. All my jokes go into game. I'm all out. Let's just share a joke from the game then. All right. So we'll make a dictionary of this. These will just be, I don't know, string name cache. And yeah, it should be static and it should be read only. And we're going to make a cached translate function now. Public stat. Oh, wait, I already have this written out. Here we go. I only want to cache the... Wait a second. Is the context passed in as a string name too? Oh my god. All right. God, this is difficult. So I need 3 cache functions, no 2 cache functions. Oh, you've been doing Tokipono related projects recently, what? I'm just curious if I could do a scripting language and check the docs. No, like GDScript. You should use instead of C#. Yeah, C# and Godot, I think there are a lot of foot guns, to say it nicely. All right, so there's got to be a cache function, like convert C#. You can have a pound sign in a string, can you? No, or a function name. Convert C# string to string name. Maybe to Godot. So this is going to take any string, and it's going to check to see if it's in the cache. And we're going to change this to try get value. Value equals new string name, put it in the cache, return it. We have not try get value. True if it contains an element. Oh yeah, that's correct. Okay. I have one boss that's the CEO of a dating app, and she gives you a card called swipe left every turn. You can play the card as many times as you want. When you do, an enemy and it turns into another enemy. I think that sounds funny, but I'm not totally sure that I understand what went into the decision to use C# for this project. I've got the command for it there. Hey, VibeHub, let us collect some garbage indeed. Okay, so now cache translate. We want to return... oh, wait, we can't just call translate. Oh, no. We can't. We need... oh, darn it. No, wait. We could, because it's not going to be an immediate string. It's not a literal. So we need to call Godot's translate function, which is where? Translation server? Yeah, translation server. And then we call it with the string name text, like Godot text. And then same thing with string name. Actually, I'll just do this. We don't really need intermediate variables for this. Okay, there's that. Then the same thing for when there's no context, which I don't think happens very frequently. Hey, Lammy. It's going pretty well. I'm not using Vim Motions Vial. I've got a Vim command, I think. Yeah, it doesn't use Vim key bindings. Randomize the enemy. Oh, I see. I see. Gotcha. I understand. What do you think of app game kit Studio. I like that engine. It's way easier than Godot. Any experience? I've never heard of that. App Game Kit Studio. Oh, it's even got a Steam page. Interesting. I wonder what this is based on, or the reviews are a bit of a spread. Huh. Yeah, I'd be hesitant about something like this. I recognize that the Steam store is probably not what you should trust. It was released what, like 7 years ago, and probably people just download it from the website. But yeah, I think one of the big questions whenever you see a game engine is what big games have been made in this? At least to see that it's possible. It might have taken them a lot of work, but there'd be enough of a community, enough resources about it. You passed all your exams. Congrats. Congrats, congrats. Hope the anxiety has died down. Unsure about it. Had to watch a tutorial to copy paste stuff into Vim. Yeah, NeoVim sounds interesting. These are the kinds of things I feel like if I lived on Earth for another like 100 years, I'd probably be like, okay, let me just try Vim for like 6 months, or like newer versions of Vim or something. But yeah, it's probably not going to happen now. All right, did this work or no? Public members should come before private members. Okay, I'm clearly not putting this in the right spot, but I'm not sure why it's complaining. A field should not follow a method. So this goes up here, then the other stuff, then field should not follow a method. No, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Is it just... Okay, I fixed the order. No, I didn't. Okay, so this goes in between the two. Oh, we finally did it. Great. So now we change this to call Godot string names dot cached translate. And then we need to use this everywhere. Bunch of extra work configuring all the key bindings. Yeah. Yeah. In Studio, you can also port to mobile games in one click. Yeah, it sounds pretty nice. Godot's working on their Android support. I think they've had iOS support, although maybe I'm wrong about that. I generally find that there aren't very many games people would make that will just naturally work on any size screen or like touch controls or non-touch controls. So Skeletor, for example, I could publish a version for the phone, but it'd be a totally different game, I feel, because the UI just isn't really suitable for small screens. So I'd have to change a lot of stuff, and then like, okay, if battles aren't showing, does the game feel like the game anymore? Hey, Leap Your Girl. All right, well, let's plug these things in and see what happens. I should probably, before I forget, change this. I don't know what we're gonna call this function though. That's a problem. I guess let's just write this down for the end. Make sure the what do we call this? Make sure xGetText still finds all the same strings and doesn't change translation files. Who won round one? I did. Knocked it right out. Okay, so we haven't changed all of them yet. Let's go and try this out. No, let's fix these other ones first. Oh, in fact, you know what we can do? We can change these too. This cache can go away. And I can change all these calls. This can just be animation equals Godot string names dot cached. It should not be called cache translate. I don't know what I was thinking. It's not even a translate function. It's convert C# string to Godot is what I want. Godot string names. Maybe I should just call this like from C#. From C#. Yeah, that's probably better. Oh, that's not even correct. Oh my God. Messed up the entire point of this thing's existence. There we go. How many frames did we lose to Godot layout? I saw another problem just when I started the stream, Kevin, where I hovered over a tooltip on the title screen and it showed up at the bottom left of the screen. And then I like resized the window slightly and it got fixed. And I couldn't repro it, and it's with the physics tick set to 60. And I couldn't repro it even with the physics tick set to 2. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah. Okay. So we got to change all these other ones. This looks a lot cleaner now. And granted, it was never supposed to look like that to begin with that we had. Full animation name. Okay. I guess we can delete this now too. Oh, I didn't test that. I should probably test that. Things to test. Make sure skeletons render in order of item, body, hands correctly. Excellent foolery. Quite excellent. Do we cache any other ones of these? I don't even know. But yeah, we'd have to change every single one of those functions. And then get nodes in group needs to change. This is where having an extension function on string might not be bad. Kevin just said the exact same thing. Yeah. We don't have a string extension though, do we? No, we have list extensions. Let's just save this as string extensions. So public static string name to Godot. This string stir. What just happened? That did not work. Return Godot string names from C#. Cool. What you solving? Still doing the trying to get rid of allocations that we have. So this is a real gotcha in C# and Godot. C# has strings. So you type string message equals hello, right? And then you might say something like, okay, return the translated call of that message. This looks fine, but what's actually happening under the hood is this. Whoops. Sorry, new string name message. So what looks like just a normal call is actually an allocation of a new string name. And if you're calling this, 60 times per second, because you're updating a timer or something, and your message was actually like a, time remaining %s, like, then too bad, you're allocating every single time you do that. So that's what we're trying to fix right now. So now what we could do over here is just change this and call to Godot. I wonder if I should call it to Godot string. And then same thing here. It is sneaky. All right, so now we go look at this. Now this is just .to Godot. And we just put that everywhere. This is, it's kind of stupid. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. This should be just in Godot string names as a static thing. Although I guess there's no real, well, yeah, it should just be a static thing. Interesting, it doesn't do by reference. It doesn't have references saved. And it's eventually got to cross into Godot territory where it handles its own strings. All right, so what do we have? A node group section? Parameters, animation, group names. We do. Wow, and I'm just not even using it. Not that it would have been hard to just add a new one of these. But what is it called? It is virtual cursor. Yeah, sure. I should probably call this like node group. Yeah, that's better. Could make for a nice video or blog post. Yeah, some of this stuff will get fixed eventually by Godot. I mean, currently it's a problem. What is this? Has component name? Okay. Well, this can be changed to Godot string names dot that. Don't we use that in another spot? Virtual cursor node group. Yeah. Use it down here. Is there a preview for this? No. Hey, Topher. Did a code review today where someone had an object with 8 list strings and list ints and was testing object equivalency by joining them all with join. Well, that's why code reviews exist, right? Yeah. Okay, optional sound control group name. Let's move this as well. I'm looking forward to testing this. Public, static, read only, string name. Okay, Godot string names. Is that the only place that ever existed? Yep. And then the final one is here, Wander region. That one's already done. Okay, I think that should help a lot of these. Probably affecting basically any game. Yeah, exactly. And it's crazy. It's just crazy. It's making every game worse. So I think this is finished. I haven't done this with all translate calls. And then this concatenation. How do we fix this? Walk animation. Because I do want to fix this. So we'd have to make a dictionary specifically for this combo, or we needed to try doing something else. C# string builder. How does this work? Because I think this is going to do an allocation too, right? Well, the string builder itself could be reused, as we mentioned earlier. Repeated modifications. Overhead when creating a new string object can be costly. Modify a string without creating a new object. For example, you can use this to boost performance and concatenate many strings. I'm only concatenating 2. I guess we can just make one and see what happens here, right? Like private, static, read-only, string builder. String builder equals new. Except for this needs to be capitalized and this needs to be imported. I only use the finest imports in my code. Why is it not? There we go. Pressing the wrong key. All right, I use field. Let's go use it. So string builder dot clear. String builder dot append. Does it take in multiple? Bool. Is there an append with multiple strings? No. We just call append twice, I guess. That's fine. I just didn't know if there was one that had 2. I don't see it. All right, that's okay. Animation name is string and animation suffix, and then get our string out of here. String builder dot to. There's no build, right? Yeah, to string. Let's see if that's any better. Okay, let's try this out. Can anyone give me a TLDR on allocation? Guess it has to do with places and things being called, but that's about all I get right now. So when we want a new object, and an object could be like an adventure in the game, it could be a button. When we want any of those things, we need to make space in memory for it. And there are 2 parts of memory. I'm not going to go into this, but either way, you are allocating space for it. So it's just the English use of the word in that case. And now you have this like blob of memory. So just imagine that we had nothing and then I expand it and now I've got space for this thing. At some point, that space needs to collapse back into nothing. The process of doing that is called garbage collection. Something will go through and figure out all of the garbage, stuff that you're not using anymore, and be like, okay, that's free and that's free and that's free. And all that can now be used for something else. And that takes time. So what's going wrong here is we have tons of allocations I never meant. Like I I never intended to have. And the garbage collector has to run on those, which takes time. And that time is perceptible to the user. And that's a problem. Maybe using a value tuple stack allocation for the key could work there. Yeah, well, then I need a dictionary to check for those. But yeah, that would work. Well, so I want to test this out. I don't actually know if this is going to be any better, but I'm pretty certain that we didn't actually just fix anything with the string concatenation. But this should reveal it to us. Man, water is the best. So we click continue, and now we'll, where did that happen? Walk animation system. So we just need a ton of workers, which we have, but we don't have any items, and there are no timers up here. So I should save a game that has all of that stuff, or at least some of that stuff. Let's save that. Okay, so we're gonna go take a snapshot, and now we wait for a little bit. Memory is climbing up pretty rapidly. So there's a problem with something. Let's find out what. So that's not good. Yeah, that's definitely not good. How did this happen? 2 string on the string builder? Okay, well then we can't do that. Yeah, this is a waste. And then the next thing we have is, yeah, some other stuff. Okay, great. But Z string's an extra library, right? I want to avoid using something else. If it were built into C#, I'd probably use it, but yeah, 0 allocation string builder for .NET and Unity. Yeah, hey, who cares? It was good. Yeah, does string name only accept string? I think so. Godot string name native value to own. It's some internal struct, but they must have a, yeah, there it is, string name. Okay, I think that's all that they allow, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got Rider. I think it's pretty nice. I also reached out to JetBrains and asked if they'd be okay sponsoring a license for me. I have not heard back from them yet. Better off hashing the 2 keys into a single hash, so don't store the string, but store its hash as a key. Dictionary is doing the hashing anyway. Yeah, as long as the hashes never collide, I think it'd be okay. We have some other hash thing that we do somewhere. Where is it for settings? Local settings saver? Game saver? No, it must have been in here. There was some hash thing that we did. Huh. I thought it was in here. There it is. Hashcode.combine. Oh, here. We make a new hash code. We add a bunch of stuff. We call to hash code. Yeah. Yeah, this should probably work. Wait, no, hold on. But then we're allocating a thing for a hash code, right? Is there a clear on this? No. Is there a... No. Oh, man. Hey, coffee. How expensive is a license? Can we help if they don't sponsor? It's not super expensive. It was mostly just a, like, I think this is a mutually beneficial sponsorship. I mean, most sponsorships should be, but this especially, like, I use these tools on stream. But yeah, please don't worry about it. I'm not asking for money from anyone from JetBrains other than JetBrains right now. Somehow faster because it has no garbage collection and the program has to do deallocation or whatever, right? And I get why that works faster than garbage collection. So there are a couple different properties which might make C++ faster. One is that it compiles to native code and not some like intermediate bytecode, which C# can eventually do as far as I understand with its just-in-time compilation, but it doesn't start that way. And then 2 is, like you said, with memory. So in C++, you still allocate and deallocate, but you are saying when to do those things. So you might say like, okay, give me memory for this object. And then later on you say free the memory for that object. If you were to automate this, it would just turn into a garbage collector. So you could code a garbage collector for C++ if you wanted to. In fact, I mean, that's kind of what C# is. It was probably made in C++ originally. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So the important part is that you're the one controlling this. So let's say you were running a game. You might have something like during the game, don't allocate new stuff. And then after or during a level or something like that. And then after the level, deallocate anything you don't need anymore. And that's why you see like a loading screen show up. Maybe that's what's happening during that time. So it's like you choose when it's happening. In C#, if you start allocating stuff, the garbage collector will run at some future time. It's not guaranteed to happen as soon as it frees. It's not guaranteed to happen in the next like half second. It might happen a second from now, and it might take a while. Hash code is a struct. There's no allocation, and add is just doing math on integers. Okay. Yeah. Has no unique guarantee. It's there for distribution over the number range. Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering about. Like, if we're going to use this to index a dictionary, I guess we should just go with a tuple system, right? But then I still need to make my own. I still need to make my own cache for this one particular class. So I guess let's go do it. So private static read-only dictionary of string. And this will be animation string name. I'll just say animation cache. No, string name cache. I like that. It's kind of verbose. All right, so why is all this yellow? Can Rider fix this stuff, by the way? Because I was told that it could, and I would like it to. Walk animation system. Yeah. Remove unused field. I don't want that. I just want to fix the order of stuff. Yeah, this. How do you... Oh. Should be ordered by access. Isn't there some, like, fix this thing? Am I being dumb here? How do I do this? I thought there was a way to tell it to fix this. Fix. Yeah, I don't know. It might be in reformat and clean up. It might actually even be fixed. It says nothing here. Option enter. Yeah, but there's nothing here for this, right? Just disable, configure, find similar issues. I guess there's refactor this. But it doesn't seem to know how to reorder the code. Yeah. I think it is Alt F4. I think then I switch to Windows and delete System32. Well, fine. It's not that hard for me to fix this stuff, right? What does it say? Remove unused field. And this one says public should come before private. Oh, I added this? I didn't add this. There's only one suffix for that? Oh, I guess it's with this. Excuse me. All right, nice. Except for now it's just saying it's unused, or is it in the wrong order? Nope. It's both. Okay, so now over here, instead of a string builder for any of this stuff, we do this string name. I guess just take both of them. Yeah. So this will cause an allocation. That part's fine. I don't care about that. And then we set that in the cache and then delete that stuff and use this as animation string name. Okay, there we go. That should do it. What was my journey? I've got a command, which is exactly the answer to your question there. Is there a way to see every allocation your game has? Yes, that is the tool that I'm using over here. So I'm using .memory from Rider. It's a paid tool, but there's a free trial, so I'm on the free trial. But anyway, I'll show you how it works. So you load up your game, and now it's just tracking every allocation, and you can see it all over there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a snapshot once a game is loaded. So cool, game loaded. Now I click get snapshot, and then we wait a little bit of time, and you can see heap generation. This amount of memory is going up over here, and it's going up actually pretty rapidly, which means I probably broke something. Let me type get snapshot again and click that. And here are allocations. Oh, I guess I did fix that. It's just other problems now. All right, well, let's stop this. I like the UI of it. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, wait. Do you mean the game or of this? Because the UI of this is pretty nice. That's not my responsibility, I guess. Gonna GC my brain. All right, take care, Amy. Have a good one. Okay, so this is the problem that we had earlier. Yeah, get occupied or empty item displays. Ooh, all right, that one might be tough. And then this is the same problem we had, if I'm not mistaken. Is this in worker wander? Yeah, find item source. Okay, so we'll move next. And then where is that located? Oh yeah, how about we just look at worker wander first? Find item source. Item source function is passed in. Something about keys for chess. Oh, that's different from what I thought. All right, let's copy this. Hey, Zephyrus. Yeah, so get acceptable key IDs for chess. And then that calls into move next because of where enumerable. This. Because we're passing in the treasure chests into this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bad. Is that what that's saying? Maybe. I'm not sure. How do you operate this kind of tool? It tells you which path of code does the allocation, but then how do you proceed to optimize? So in this particular case, you'd look at this and you'd say like, okay, where's the allocation happening? What can we do about it? And what file is that? Item display functions. Yeah, so I have this over here. And you might even use, there's a plugin here that'll show you this sort of thing. Delegate allocation, new function, treasure chest bool, instance creation, capture parameter item. So because we have this item being used in here, we need to make a new closure for this. So this Lambda is custom every single time we run this. And yeah, we need to find out how to not do that. I mean, I guess you could always convert any of these into just like a non-link expression here. Yeah. So I could do something like this, right? I could say for each key ID in all key IDs, if, yeah, probably just this, chest any will accept item key ID. I don't know how key ID got deleted. Then acceptable keys dot add, and then we just delete all this. Oh, it's item ID. And now there's this, but this in itself should also be a problem, right? So now we'd iterate over the chest. If chest dot will accept item and the remaining time is less than this, then add and break. Yeah, so this will work in a non-link way. This should allocate nothing. Let's go try it. updating to .NET 9. I believe a lot of those link things are improved. I think so too, but that allocation would still be a problem because that's due to the closure. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Link does internally that should get better. I do want to try that at some point, but I also want to just take a look at all the things I can address without doing that. Hey, Puelo. Okay, so I started this through Rider. We're going to wait for this to finish. Cool. Okay, now we take a snapshot. Yeah, memory is still going up pretty fast. I wonder why. This doesn't make it seem like it should be going up that fast. What's this now? Get occupied or empty item displays. Isn't that what I was... That's not what I was looking at. Get occupied or empty item displays. But it's in item display functions. So it's here. Yeah. Yeehaw. Fun. Smartness to link and delink code. Oh, really? Okay, then maybe I should look at this over there. Can you see what action in the game causes extra allocations and then find in the code? Did you already do that? That's essentially what this process is that I'm doing here. You might have seen me just look at this. This tool is running and it's tracking all of the allocations. There's this like chart that's going in real time here. And then I can take snapshots and compare, okay, between these 2 points, what happened? And now these are like the top offenders listed from top to bottom. So now I go look at this one and I see the code and I go find the code and then I figure out what I want to do. Time to find every usage of link. Doesn't need to be every usage of link, but all the ones in kind of hot paths I need to change. So this is line 63 of this. That's not line 63. Oh, okay, never mind. Sure. So yeah, could we somehow change this? Convert link to code. And now what? It's going to say, oh, you should convert this back. It yielded? What? That's not what I want. Huh. Okay, I'll just write this myself if it's not going to do it in a way without yield. What tool is that? Need to recommend to a buddy? It's dot memory inside of Rider, so it's part of their dot ultimate subscription. It's funny because there are a lot of people already today who've been asking about it. And I reached out to them yesterday saying, hey, I get a lot of people who ask me about the tech that I use. I think this would be beneficial if you were to, sponsor my stream with a subscription to it. And it's not that expensive. It's just like, if they're happy sponsoring me, why pay the money, I guess. So yeah, they haven't reached out to me yet. I should send them the stream and just edit out those parts where I talk about money. No, I'm kidding. I'm asking them directly for money, even in the email. That makes sense if it's a numeral. Oh. Because we can't just do for each. What is that the non-link way to write this though? That's actually correct. Okay, sure. It can generate sequences, materialize multiple times if you use them more than once. Yeah, like sometimes it might be worthwhile to collapse it into a list. Yeah, I think this stuff is really tricky. But yeah, let's just keep trying this out. Yeah, it's a lot of work to get this stuff done. Ideally, I would have just done this from the get-go. Then it wouldn't have been a lot of work. Yeah, I still see memory rising pretty fast. So we haven't fixed enough stuff yet. So what's this now? String name. Where's that coming from? Translate. Yep. Key grinder name. What? Why is it getting that like oh no, that's only 0.67%. Get duration in minutes and seconds. Did I not fix that? Get duration in minutes and seconds. Yeah. That's not good. What am I missing here? Format time HMS. Let me just make sure I'm doing that correctly. Format time HMS. Here it is. This calls into any of these. This stuff should all be fine. And we're doing in what, minutes and seconds? So it's this. It thinks it's the translate call, but it shouldn't be. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? We know this is at some point making a string name. No, maybe I don't know that. We're allocating something. I don't know why we're allocating something. Let me make sure I didn't mess this up. Cached. Translate. Yeah. I don't see what's wrong. See what's wrong. All right, let's just debug this. Earlier I saw a count and another usage after. I see. Yeah. Let me write that down. Okay, so we're running this now. I'm going to just hit continue, and then we'll put a breakpoint where I wanted to see it originally, which is in format time HMS. Where's that? Ah, here. So I click this. Should get hit immediately. It did. So now we go into that. What? What happened here? What? We don't. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Text should be that. Yep. Great. And then this should return a thing that's already in the cache. So if we look at the string name cache, it's got 7 things in it. That's the one we want, right? Is it? What is that? Yeah, it's that one. And then what's context? Text formatting. Yeah, what's going wrong here? If I call this on both of these, this should be a string name. How do you do that? Type of? Is there no... I don't know what I'm doing right now. Maybe... Is there like get type or something? Ah, yes, good. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Okay, and then the next one is this. And the type of that is a string name. And now if we look at the cache should still have 7 things in it. Okay, so what am I missing? Because I'm missing something. Yep, cool. We do that again. Yep, great. Then we go into translate. Translate should have passed in 2 string names. Yep. And then we call into this. Why then? Okay, let me copy the stack trace here. Cached translate, calling translate should not result in an allocation. Well, I mean, technically it could once per thing, which would be a total of 7 times, I guess, in this case. Does converting string name to string allocate? You're implicitly casting string name to string with a return. Oh, I don't know. But yeah, that's a good point. I don't even think there's something we can do about that. Well, there's something that's not great that we could do, which is just stop calling an update on this so frequently. or cache. I was going to say cache pretty much all the times. We have 600 seconds worth of timers. That's 600 strings. We could technically cache all of those. Wait a second. Hold on. Let me think about this. And Blob, by the way, thank you for pointing this out. Caching the translation, not the format. I'm caching the translation, correct, not the format. The problem is that I'm returning a string when this thing is a string name. So translate returns a string name, and I hadn't thought of the return value. We need to use it as a string at some point. Like this translate HMS that we have. Where is that? HMS. Here we go. Format time. Yeah, so at some point, what is the particular caller that we care about for this? Treasure opening progress. Here it is. We set it as a in text. Text is just a string. Is string name even used in this class? Only to cache static ones, right? If you could just pass in the text as a string name, this would be totally fine. But you can't. This is so bad. This is so bad for me. Cache the string name to string in the translation server, then throw away the cache returns when you change language. Yeah, that's true. That would work because we're not doing the formatting yet. Yeah. Fair. Okay. Let me start giving more points for this stuff because... Yeah. Is streaming helping to come up with new ideas or because I'm kind of blocking the thinking process? Yeah, it's helping. Yeah. And either way, I just want to I want to do this stuff. I think I'd be probably equally confused if I were not streaming and I wouldn't come up with great ideas. Okay, so what are we doing? We're going to cache things in Godot string names. Cache this. So we just cache the result of this. String name result. And then we turn it into a regular string again. So we need a reverse cache. Oh boy. This is fun, right? So I mean, I guess we might as well name these. I might as well just call this string name cache 2 for right now, just so I can test this out really fast. So from C# and from Godot. And this is going to be string name. Sure, string name. Great. Now cached translate needs to return result dot from Godot. I probably should have called it 2. Oh, we already have that. Oh, and this is not an extension. From Godot. And yeah, same thing here. Then we rename the caches. This is C# to Godot cache. And this is Godot to C# cache. Yeah. That's why there's a duck emote. Unnecessary assignment of a value to value. Why would this be unnecessary? Because we're returning string name from this. What? I messed up. No, I didn't mess up. This messed up. I did mess up. My bad. All right, so this is not string name anymore. This is value. Yeah, and he's return string. Yeah. Okay, and then I gotta make sure to clear this. Make sure you can clear or change translations at runtime and not have cached strings. Did I write that down already? I could have sworn I did, right? Cache the result and clear that cache whenever you change languages. Wow, yeah, I wrote that exact thing. All right, so I still have to do that. I haven't done that. so annoying. Oh, it should be slightly better now. Just game dev is a many-headed beast. All right, we loading up here. Yep. And now we get a snapshot. All right, how's the increase looking? Still going up pretty fast, I'd say. Did I mess something up? Oh, I might not be using the result of that correctly. What do you do now? There's only 120 kilobytes. Why did it seem like it went up so much then? String name. Why are we still making string names? It could be, I only changed, I think, 3 of these calls. But cache translate is still doing something here that I feel like it shouldn't be doing. What is going on now? Only need to clear the reverse, not the forward one. Yeah, that's true. Only need to clear Godot to C# cache. Cause where is that? It's what's used here. I think saying from Godot and from C# is worse than saying to Godot and to C#. So like this should probably say text.to Godot. And same thing here. Context.to Godot. And then we just copy paste this and flip some things around. To C#. String name. This is technically not a string extension anymore. But whatever. I'm not changing that. And then we do from Godot. Sounds good. Call this string name. Variable doesn't really matter there. And then instead of from Godot in both of these places, we do to C#. That can't be right. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, do we do from Godot anywhere else? Yeah, that's fine. And from C#, there should be 2, but no more than 2. Yeah, here. So from C# is to Godot. You're not slowing me down. I mean, I guess with asking questions, I'm sidetracking myself a little bit. So never mind. I take that back in the literal sense, but I don't mind. Otherwise, I just wouldn't answer those questions. Okay, so yeah, what am I missing? If I go back over to, wait, what happened? This is still running, but what happened to the, oh, because I have a filter of a backtick? I didn't realize I typed that. Can you expand all of this at once? What does that do? Collapse all? You can't expand all? Oh, it's probably to the side? No, what? Come on, really? There's just collapse all? Does it need more space? No, yeah, it doesn't exist. All right, well, I guess we just hold right. It's a lot more than I thought. Does shift clicking the root work? Whoop. I did something there. But no, I don't think so. Okay, so what I wanted to find out is why is this happening? We have translation server. This is going through cache translate, which is why I don't get how this could possibly fail. What am I missing? Go to C# out string value. Value equals string not to string. I don't see a problem here. Maybe I should debug this and just make sure it's working for one of these calls. Is string name a struct? String name is a class. And it's got a finalizer on it too. Okay. Well, I guess we go back to the treasure chest thing. Where is that? Here? Time remaining. Here it is. Where do we just set the text on this thing? Not in the treasure chest? What? Okay, excuse me. Where where do you exist? Treasure. Oh, it's its own scene. Treasure opening progress. So I want to put a breakpoint here. It's hit immediately, and then we go look in this, and we find that we'll call cached translate with this right here. Yeah. So I get a string name out of this. And I call result.toC#. So that's my Godot to C# cache. It's got two things in it. And what is the thing that I'm looking at? Oh, wait a sec. No. That shouldn't cause anything. So this looks correct. Yeah. .toC#. And we still end up with two things in here, right? Yeah. Do you ever use read-only span? I'm using, there's a marshalling tool with as span. I'm using that in, I think, one place right now. But otherwise, probably not. I've got to be missing something here, right? Wait, create taking ownership of disposable value? Is this impossible what I'm trying to do? Like, I pass in a string name and it's just like, oh, whatever, I own you now. Because that's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it's inside Godot itself, so there's no way around this. Well, remember, we always have one other kind of escape hatch here, which is that we just don't have to do this as frequently, but there's seemingly no way to avoid allocations. C# translate string name. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything here. I wouldn't expect it to be a closed issue anyway. Let's get rid of C# from this. We might need to put TR instead of translate. What is this? No, that was from a while ago. No one has an issue on this? Does the from Godot cache work? Equality of string name key type? I think it works. I think the issue is this function here, that no matter what we do, Godot is calling its own constructor on a string name. In fact, you can see it's calling the string name constructor using a Godot string name already. And I don't think so, Leap Year Girl. I think that was a different issue. Can you also cache the result of translate to avoid having to go through Godot once you have it in the cache? Oh. Yeah. As long as the language hasn't changed. Is that right? Wait, hold on. I'm so turned around. Okay, I'm gonna write this down for when I come back. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna grab some more water too. Where I left off, this stuff. Yeah, because I do want to focus on taking breaks. Keep my brain sharp. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again. Getting some more people jumping. All right, close the game. Computer. Okay. Good job, computer. Okay, can't cache the results of translate to completely avoid. Okay, so what's going on here? Because I am a tiny bit lost. We're calling translate, which goes into Godot and gives us a string back. We shouldn't need to call translate another time after that. Right, so we need to cache the result of this. Oh boy. All right. So we cache string, and this is translation cache with context, and then just a regular string, and this is just translation cache, I guess, without context. Oh. All right, now when we translate with context, we do this. If the with context one, taking in text in context, outstring value. Otherwise, we do this stuff and then store it. Value equals result dot to C sharp, right? And then set that and then return it. I think so. And then probably whatever the AI just wrote out for me here. Translation without context, try to get just text. Get that. Okay, this is nuts, but I think this will work. This is nuts. We have 2 different caching layers just for this. Oh man. If someone's not laughing along with me, I'm not explaining this. it's way too much. All right. So if I just run the game, we should see the timers count down, right? Yeah. And if I put a key in here. Yeah. Okay. So that's working. So now let's try it through this to check allocations. Could potentially use the same dictionary and set context to null. Yes, we could probably. Yeah, I'll write that down. Oh, and Digit gets a point for that. Oops. Let me fix that. Yeah. Good job, Digo. Caching, naming things off I want. Goose, did you hear about the cashew issue earlier? Because normally caching is a problem. But earlier today, I was looking for a playlist on YouTube. And I clicked this and then playlist. And I'm like, oh, I could have sworn I had one here. And my camera's covering it. But down here, there are controls. And physically on my desk is a bag of cashews that was blocking me from seeing the UI, which I thought was hilarious. So yeah, add that to the list of CS problems. All right. I have not actually started the game here. There we go. Love the casual bag of cashews. Yeah, every once in a while, I want to have a healthy snack. I think cashews are pretty healthy. All right, get snapshot. And we wait a little bit. And we call it get snapshot again. And compare. Okay, so we have worked our way out of the translation layer now. And now we just have like 14 other things to look at. What has the evil garbage collector done to us now? So on the Steam Deck, we were running at 60 FPS, and every once in a while there was like a spike in frame time, which would make the system feel noticeably laggy. And I think it was due to garbage collection. So we're looking at all the allocations that are happening. And actually, if you just look at this, right up there, I can't zoom in right now. Yeah, you guys can't see that. Heap generation, it's climbing by like a megabyte every 3 seconds, 4 seconds. I don't know. Either way, I think that's too fast. So garbage collection happens pretty frequently and shouldn't be. All right, so can we close every other tab that we have here? Whoops, not that last one. Can we open that again somehow? Did I just mess this up? More tool windows. I don't know. Is it dot cover? I don't think so. That's code coverage, right? Dot memory. Command Shift T. Doesn't open the analysis thing. Does anyone know how to get back to that? I mean, I could just run it again, but there's probably a way. Dot trace. Dot memory, where are you? All right, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, well, let's just run this again. How do you usually fix the spike? So in a lot of cases, what I'm doing is I'm allocating data that either doesn't need to be allocated as frequently, or, well, pretty much one of those two things. So it's like just avoid the allocations, because then you don't need to deallocate it afterward, or shift where the allocations are happening so you can deallocate it like way afterward if you want to. What am I doing? Yeah, okay, so get rid of that. So take a snapshot. If you're actually going to bed, have a good night, leap year girl. All right, we'll take another snapshot in a second here. Good. And now I should be able to compare these and not have this run any longer. Yeah. Okay, what are we looking at here now? Let's close every other tab out of these too. So find key for chest calls into this, which is item display functions. What is still allocating here? I have this open. Possible object allocation. New IEnumerator item display instance creation. Doing a bunch of C programming. Some ways it's so refreshing to go back to the mindset of how much memory you'll actually need. It's a headache in other cases, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess this is a problem. But I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to do about this. If it were a list, we wouldn't have an issue here, I think. You think it's for each? I mean, I don't... Is there even another way to... I think you have to iterate over an IEnumerable, right? There's no, like, .get. So I'd have to have this not be an IEnumerable. And it was originally a list, but then we need to allocate a list at some point. Thanks, Sleep Your Girl. Yeah, I'm really hoping we could fix all this stuff, but I'm not sure. And it seems like there's no end to this. Man. Okay, well, this happens in a lot of different cases. We have find item to pick up in worker wander. And then what are we calling? Find ground item, item source. Find ground item, find item source, get random item on ground. Get ground items that can be picked up. And we only know that they can be picked up because, wait, no, what's doing? Find key for chest? Where's that? What? I'm a little bit confused. Find ground item is calling eventually find key for chest? Find item source. I mean, this somehow has to do something with the keys then, right? Huh, I don't see anything about keys in here. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what I'm missing. I can't trace this upward. Find item to pick up calls. Yep, calls find ground item. That's what we're seeing here. Find item to pick up calls find ground item. Then that calls find item source. It does. Find item source calls find key for chest. This doesn't. And the function that I'm passing in also doesn't. Unless items on ground does. No. It's just a hash set. Strange. I don't know. Maybe Canary Reserve is calling it? No. Strange. Doesn't matter if it's a for loop. No, I can't use a for loop here. I have to use a for each because it's an enumerable. Only enumerable. Or I'd have to turn it into something that is randomly indexable. And that might be doable if we could make sure we're not like over allocating lists to compensate for this. All right, well, let's just take a look. What's even calling find key for chest? Because it can't be that much. Yeah, it's like 3 things, right? So one is entering worker wander. No, it's literally just find key for chest, and then this thing. Item display functions has its own. Oh, what calls you? Just that. Okay, yeah. I don't understand why find ground item is showing up here. That part just doesn't make sense to me. You're filtering on source, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, we're allocating in here because of the for each loop that we have. So whenever we pass something into this, it's got to be a list, which means we need to know what's going to be empty ahead of time. This is all just in storeroom, get all item displays. And then get occupied or empty. So get all item displays returns a cache list, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. We could also cache which ones are empty and which ones are filled. It just seems so stupid to do that. Maybe it isn't, though, because I have like every worker checking this all the time. Maybe it's time to find long-term allocations that might actually impact the game. Yeah, I'm just looking at ones that accumulate pretty rapidly. So if you look at this again, my concern is that the garbage collector is running pretty frequently. So let's say we start the game up, and now we just look at this graph. Over here, heap generation, well, that's loading, so that doesn't really count. But now that it's leveled off, you can see it's at 7 megabytes, 7.5, 8, 8.5. So it's not climbing super fast, but it's still climbing pretty quickly. And that means that it needs to garbage collect every once in a while. But okay, it is pretty fair. Let's try this. Let's just put this back on the Steam Deck and see how often it feels bad. Because yeah, that's true. Otherwise I might get really into the weeds here. And we're going to start sacrificing, like, we're going to have fewer allocations and also worse code. So sure, let's go release this 092. We're not actually bumping the version number because I just want to test this on my Steam Deck, which by the way, where did that go? Here it is. All the calls within the same game tick using the same data. Could you cache or memoize that? So yeah. And in fact, even if it was across different game ticks, I could cache this. One of the things we got to be careful of is, let's say we have a warehouse with 3 items and we have 3 workers. Each worker should be able to get an item on the same frame or tick. So if we cache that there are 3 available, we need to then modify that cache and then eventually update it. So it's not impossible. It's just, I'd love to not do that. And I don't know how much of a performance issue or how much of an allocation issue we have with this. So that's why we're about to test this out. But thankfully, it's a pretty fast process. So now this is on Steam on a special build that I have access to here. We turn this on. We wait for the little green arrow to show up. It also bumps this to the side, I think, so I should point here. Yeah, close enough. Then we click the button. It should update. Should pop up a dialog. Updating game looks good. Then we see a progress bar. Now we click the button again, which I think I just missed. Add performance mode. Do everything yourself mode. All right, so I'm casting into the screen, but you can't see the FPS meter that's over here. That's okay. So we're going to hit continue. And we're going to see what happens. Okay, so it loaded. I have not done any battle stuff, so let's close those. In fact, I should just save this without the battles running, probably. But yeah, it's running at 60 FPS. There it just spiked. It took 85 milliseconds for a frame. That's going to happen occasionally because of the garbage collector. I actually already have... Oh, it just spiked again to 82 milliseconds. Oh, that might have been because I was hovering over these things. It doesn't, like, drastically slow it down. But what happens when I open this and then get new ones? Oh, I gotta turn this off. All right, now buy another treasure chest. And another treasure chest. And now save this. Did that just mess up? I don't know. Yeah, it's still spiking here and there. There are a bunch of things I haven't even tested. Like, I have the farm in this, but I don't think I have the farm in the other one. Yeah, it's still spiking. Oh, hey, it's keeping track of the stutters at the top, though. We're at 4. That's not terrible. Now we're at 5. Yeah, the last stutter was due to it just being 32 milliseconds, which isn't terrible. That one is 83 milliseconds. That's pretty bad. There's another 83 millisecond one. Yeah, so it's not great. Oh, that was like really bad. 362 milliseconds. Yeesh. Is that every time I open that? No. Maybe it was a one-time thing because I hadn't opened the battle map before. Seems fine now. Man, the slowdowns are unfortunate. Oh, this is a huge bug. They're taking damage and there are no fish. I think I saw this happening earlier and I just forgot to write it down. Okay. Did you start the last instance? I'll try that next time, I think. Find some of these places you can't prevent the allocations. I wonder if you could instead manually GC them. May not be worth the hassle. Yeah, but I think the problem is if I'm manually garbage controlling, I'm doing it on some interval. That interval might still be enough to make it so that like there are frame drops more frequently. They're just not as steep. All right, so the thing about the fishing battle, is that just like constantly a problem? And if so, what did I do to break this? Oh, oops, I'm running the wrong thing. I should probably just have everything in the game and not piecemeal this out. Let's go get everything. Okay, so let's save that. Let's start a battle. Do they just keep battling forever? They're going to kill these fish. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Why are you doing that? Oh, oh no. Wasn't something supposed to pause? Yeah, pause everything if there are no fish left. That way abilities don't keep getting used. What is pausing a system do? Oh, set process. Oh my god, really? Battle system set physics process? Oh, oh well, that's easy to fix. Well, we should be careful about where else we call set process because I didn't realize those were two different things. It was literally only there and here. Okay. All right, yeah, that'll do it. No, we don't have any others except for a notification box, and we do use process there. So it's totally fine. Yeah, so we continue a game and then just go try that exact same thing. And we'll just, yeah, I can throw in another character too. It doesn't matter. All we need to pay attention to is the cleric. The cleric doesn't need enemies to do their abilities. Yeah, so now she should no longer heal and no longer cast Blessing of Haste. I don't see anything happening. So then if we were to spawn fish in here, let's give ourselves some potions. Oh, wait, they're not going to... Oh, they will put those in there, right? Yeah, nice. Let's get some more of those. Let's speed this up a little bit. All right, so now there should be a fish. They only made it to 90%. So I don't use tiny potions. 96%, so we need one more potion in there, and they should get one fish. They should resume attacking. Perfect, and then they should stop attacking. That might have already been getting cast. I don't know. That might have been fine. I guess the easier way to see this would be with the Witch Doctor, because the zombies are constantly taking damage. So if we do this. So we send them into battle. Nothing happens. No zombies get summoned. Then we make a fish. Okay. Now, unfortunately, there are a lot of extra potions, so we got to wait for that to finish. But yeah, once the final fish dies... Oh, we can just turn this off. Then zombies should stop taking damage? Yeah, I think it's fine. All right, what next? I mean, I guess we go back to this. We're just getting into very tricky territory here. I don't want to wrestle with code just to fix this allocation stuff, but I think we're going to have to. And I think it makes sense, and I just have to come to terms with that. So here we are in the game. I have some of these. Let's get everything going on. There, great. And turn that on too. Oh wait, no, I never took a snapshot. We don't really need a snapshot though, right? We can just drag this and then analyze it. Yeah. Well, let's load and just do it again. So I want that on, and I want to grant a bunch of items and then take a snapshot and then let it run. Probably also try moving the camera and stuff too. Like there was a very visible spike right there. You can see it deviate from 60 FPS every once in a while. All right, let's take a look. Hey, circuit. Okay, what is this? Oh, good. More string name constructors. I love those. This might be due to translate things that I just didn't call. I got to replace every single translate call in the game. It's not. Oh, man. This is for crops? Crops are like destroying the game? Wow. That's not expected. I guess because we have animations going on there, right? Get animation. We're calling get animation on it. Probably, let's just search for dot animation. In fact, let's search for dot animation with a backslash and a backslash B at the end and a regex. There we go. So here are the only places I think this could probably be an issue. This one, we got to check to see if this is dot to Godot. Cool. Okay. That's a battle thing though. And then what's this? Get frame count of the current animation. There's nothing we can do about this. Godot will probably take ownership of our thing. But the frame count doesn't ever change, right? No. So we could just make that static. Gravel chunk, sprite frames, get frame count of whatever the current animation is. Oh, isn't that fun? Isn't that just fun? All right, so gravel chunk ideally only has one animation, right? Yeah, default. And it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames. We could just hard code the number 6 in there. I'm not going to do that, but we could. This actually doesn't even happen that frequently. But yeah, we should maybe in initialize even just store this. Because that will happen once per battle, which won't be as bad. Num default gravel frames. This is static actually. And then we need a static initializer for gravel buff. And then how do we do this? We just copy all of this stuff. So we instantiate an animated sprite. We don't ever add it. We don't need to set this. And then this get frame count is going to be num default gravel frames. Gravel chunk dot animation. Yeah. And then we free this thing. Gravel chunk dot queue free. Is that the only sprite frames count call? Maybe other animations do that too. We're searching for dot animation. I think there could be another get frame count somewhere. They all use animation except for this one. What's this? Crop animated sprite 2D. I don't know if we can get around this one. Although we do use a lot of like set frame and stuff in here. I'll have to look at that one. Well, let's keep going through these for now. So we have num default gravel frames, whatever. We got to put that in here now. Num default gravel frames. And then what did I just delete? It was 0 to the number of frames minus 1. And here it was, we put -1 over there. I don't want that there. Initialize all static fields when those fields are declared and remove the explicit static constructor. I can't do that. What? That's not a thing, right? No. Yeah, what? Like if I set this to 0, then it can't be read-only anymore. Oh, and then I'm explicitly initializing it too. I don't know how to not have this be a problem. Gravel buff. What does this thing say about this? Hey, Johnny English. Static fields should have prefix. Suggest name is S underscore. I don't care about that. I do care about this though. I don't know what to do about that though. And it doesn't say this stuff, does it? To factory method. Where else do I have a static constructor that I use? W plus. And I guess a parenthesis. Yeah. Why is there no problem here? Static read only whatever equals this. Strange. I don't know. Can it be const instead? It can't be const because it needs to find out what the number of frames would be at runtime. I don't know what else this wants from me. Like, I guess, okay, I guess we could try this. Private static int get blah. I don't care. I'm not going to write this out. And this is just equal to get blah. And then we just return this. So that works. Okay, fine. Whatever. Okay, let's call this initialize Or like get number of gravel frames in default animation. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is to avoid having to convert from C# strings to Godot to string name every time a gravel chunk is formed. Okay. Yeah. There. All right, before we move on, let's go test the golem. This already stopped? Yeah. So we have a bunch of animation names, and the farm is a mess. A mess. It's checking like every frame. How did anyone ever play this game? All right, golem, gravel chunks. How do we make them show up faster? Here and here. Okay, so now I just put the golem into any battle. Battle where hopefully they don't win in one attack. And then we watch, and we just make sure it looks animated correctly. Probably, I don't know. How do we even check? We need to see all these frames. So 5 distinct rock frames. Well, I see the big one. I see the 2 around the head. And then the 2 small ones on the side. Yeah, I think that's right. All right. Well, looks fine to me. So let's keep going. Okay, cool. Now what's this? Battle animated sprite component. If the animation is equal to this, so we're fetching the animation. I wonder if this causes it to create a string name for us, or if it just returns one. Fish sprite sheet converter for fragments to silence it. Oh man. And this was just so we can get number of animations, and I guess fish sprite frames. Well, I like static constructors. I'm not going to do anything about this. Certainly not right now. But this, I'm a little bit confused about what we should do. Because this is a mess right now. But we just haven't been testing battles yet. But if we were, we'd probably see a whole bunch of issues. Especially around animations. Seems like static properties are fine. Oh, wow. Okay. I could have done that differently. Huh. I wonder if I should have done that differently then. Wow. It would probably look better than this. All right, let's try it really fast. I don't want to spend the time on this. Public, or no, static, gravel buff. So num default gravel frames equals this, which we're now going to inline. Done, done, done. Then we set this to git. Modifier read only is not valid. Delete that. Or maybe init. Well, git init. Is that fine? Element should begin with an uppercase letter. Yep, I know about that. Okay. And then field should not follow a property. And now what? Constructor should not follow a property. Hey, look at that. Now we don't need this function anymore. Well, we do need the comment for it, though. Okay, thank you for that, Kevin. Let me put this here. Since determining this involves animation names. I swear, I think this is just such a big problem with Godot and C#. Like you shouldn't need this level of awareness and you shouldn't need to jump through hoops for this. Yeah, yeah, it does make it read only. So I guess let's go to the fish sprite sheet converter as long as we're doing this. And what do we have? Num animations. So we just change this to get. And then delete this and this. And now what's it complaining about? Initialize all static fields. What, fish sprite frames the other thing? Did we fix it? Yes, now we just need to fix ordering. These things go down here. Very nice. Good job, Kevin. Whew. Is it Godot specific or more so the nature of the C# runtime? It's essentially Godot specific. Yeah. Hey, Sweatpants, can you get me up to speed with what you're doing? Yeah, so I try to keep the today command up to date. So in general, what we're doing right now is focusing on improving the performance of the game. And we're specifically looking at allocations that are happening because any allocations on the heap need to eventually be garbage collected. And that takes time. So there are lots and lots of gotchas here. So we're looking through animations now because animations are they are Godot strings, which need to be made from a C# string. And if they're done every single frame, then you're allocating tons and tons of stuff every frame. So if I still have this open, I can show you the crazy amount of memory I'm wasting here. Yeah. So we made like 9 megabytes of objects. We made 250,000 objects, mostly just trying to grow plants on the farm because of a reason we haven't gotten to yet. But I'm sure it's just me testing. Oh, is this the final animation? And we could probably do that a lot better. So we got to figure this out now. So assuming that, yeah, this should have never been a string. It should have been a Godot name. All right, well, I guess then we just change all these to string names. And then change all, then they can't be const because they're objects. So they need to be read-only. And also static. I don't know why they were... Oh, const would have been static. Yeah, that'll look better. Don't need new, right? Oh, yeah, we probably don't anymore. All right, that should fix most of that, right? Why is this red now? Oh, because we don't need 2 Godot on this. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Whew. Okay, now what's that? Sprite.animation, get animation loop. Can you just not pass this in? You can't. Or wait, can you? What's that default there? It's the default of the string name, which would be a null string name, I think. Those sprite frames. I want to look at that. I don't think you can do this. Get animation loop. Yeah, you can't do that. So I've got to pass in a string name only for Godot to probably be like, too bad it's mine now. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Oh, what's this one? String. This cannot be a string. This has to be a string name. Which means everywhere we use animation names should probably be different. Yeah. So now is that broken anywhere? No, looks good so far. Looks good. Looks good. That's good. That's also good. Okay, they're all good. So now we got to change everywhere that we call this function. Wow, look at that. There's only like 400 places that we do that. Oh, but it's always going to be with the hard-coded. Okay, no, this might be fine. All right, let's search for them all. We're never getting done with this. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. These are all fine. Yeah, in fact, I don't know why I'm doing this way. Let's just look at it this way. Yep, they're all pretty much the exact same line of code. And they're all fine, except for maybe these two, but those are in Battler. So yeah, those are fine too. Oh, that was pretty nice. Okay, so that just improved performance by a lot. Now we go back to our animation stuff. And we just keep searching through these. So I've fixed everything here by now, right? I sure hope so. String value. Ooh, that doesn't look right. Oh. Oh, man. Why didn't I cache that? Why didn't I cache that? Okay, I'll just write this here. To do, consider using the cache stuff that I made. Oh boy. All right, what next? We're like halfway through the animations. This is fine. This is probably fine. It returns a string. Of course it returns a string. And of course this is wrong. This should be a string name. And then this is concatenating, which is unfortunate. We don't worry about that for now. Let's just do 2 Godot. And we'll worry about the concatenation later. What's generating the closed captions? I think it's called local something. Let me see. Vocal streamer, I think it is. No, that's my thing. What? I think I wrote it in here. I think it uses, yeah, local vocal, which I think uses whisper. Yeah. I should probably update this at some point. It's probably gotten a lot better. Oh, they have not been really working on it? They kind of have been. Yeah, 3 months ago. Okay. So every time we call some Godot API and pass in a string, it does implicit heap allocation and convert it to a string name. Yep. Bingo. And that's a huge problem. No easy cheats. No easy cheats that I could think of. They're going to work on fixing this in the Godot engine, but it hasn't been fixed yet. And it's just, it made me question whether I should have even used C# for this entire project. Not this in particular. There were some other issues like that. I'm just like, really? Really? The transcription's relatively low quality. Yeah. I should probably look into that at some point. Look into upgrading Whisper for my stream captions. They could probably be much better ever since I made Vocal Streamer. I think the trade-off is worth it for using C#. I think that maybe eventually the trade-off will be worth it. And I think the eventually could be one of two things. Either this knowledge carries over and I'm like, okay, here's how we got to write code from here on out, which will make it less ergonomic. Or the Godot engine fixes this and adds in caching or whatever else it needs. What else did you find like this in C#? Oh man, a lot of this is in the last like couple days. Let me see if I still have it written in a way that I can quickly pull up. Oh yeah, these things. Where is it? So here's a fun issue. I did not file this, but someone filed this, and what they did is they made 300 button scenes or 300 button nodes. So it looks like this, their game. But look at what the script is for those button nodes. It's nothing. It's just empty curly braces. And when they run it in GDScript, they get 1,000 frames per second. And when they run it in C#, they get 400 frames per second. The reason why is this stuff. Godot, in order to find out if you have a method overridden that they should be calling, they call has Godot class method. And because it uses a string name and it's like checking string equality all the time and whatever other things it's doing, I don't know what. Anyway, it's like tanking FPS on just an empty project with a bunch of buttons. So things like that are kind of frustrating. There's, what else is there? Frame spikes from garbage collection. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty much just that stuff. Like, yeah, the garbage collection has to happen. Any other language that should act as a first-class citizen, but it wasn't designed for at the start. Yeah. Does Unity also have to do that? Probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'll write this down. I don't know when I'm ever going to get to this. Hey, Pies, because I'm just better. You are, Pies. You are. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Comes with some other constraints. So is string name not a hash or similar under the hood then? I don't know what it is under the hood. I assumed it was just like a C++ string that is owned by Godot. I think there's only... I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we could find out. I just haven't looked. All right, so what are we doing here? Get frame texture of the recycler. This is only in ready, and this is only done once per game, so I don't care about this. Again, this is only once. I'm not going to worry about that either. Although this looks fine, except for that this is a string and should technically be a string name. We only make shop data in 3 places, right? Yeah, and where's the name? What was it? Animation name. Where's the animation name? Weapon vendor? Yeah, I don't really care about this. Now this I deeply care about. This is hugely wrong and stupid. Incredibly, hugely wrong. Okay, so init, I don't see a problem with this, although this part might be a little bit more problematic because we probably should turn this into a string name at this point. Because while we only make 3 shops per game, we make many, many crops per game. So instead of this animation name, we're going to do 2 Godot. It's actually, we don't even need to cache these, right? We don't ever use them again, do we? Because I could just leave it like that. And now they won't be cached. But do we ever refer to them again? Wait, what am I talking about? No, this will be fine. Yeah, this will be fine. Can you explain what you're doing like I'm 5 for people like Kevin, of course? Yeah, for Kevin. Okay, but then I have to explain in Spanish. So let me start with some very basic words. So explain like I'm 5. Whenever you make anything in a game, so let's say you make a new enemy or a new whatever bullet or a new plant in the game, you are allocating memory. And without going into a ton of details, if you're allocating the memory, what goes up must come down. So you eventually need to deallocate it. And if you ever heard of a garbage collector, the garbage collector is responsible for deallocating memory that you aren't using anymore. So it keeps track of what's in use. And when it's out of use, it's like, oh, I'll wait a little bit of time, wait for some of it to collect up, and then do all of it at once. When it runs garbage collection, there is a spike in processing time for that. And that processing time, at least on the Steam Deck, is very noticeable. It's running at 60 FPS, chugging along. And then all of a sudden it like cranks down to, I don't know, 12 FPS for 1 frame or something like that. Or maybe 2 frames, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's enough for you to notice. You'll be like moving the camera and then it like stutters and then jumps back to where it should be. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that doesn't seem great. Well, that happens often enough that we're trying to find out where these allocations are happening and move them or eradicate them if we can. Is this related to when a game has a memory leak? No, when a game has a memory leak, the garbage collector cannot run. So instead, what happens is your RAM usage just goes up over time. So if this is time and this is RAM usage, you'll just eventually see something like that. And then left running forever, you'll run out of RAM, and then it'll swap to your disk, and you'll eventually run out of something, and it'll crash or just run terribly slowly. So what's happening for us is that it's more like this kind of graph where it goes up and then it goes down and then it goes up and then it goes down. So it looks kind of like almost like a pulse. So it goes up until the garbage collector is like, whoa, that's too much. Let's drop it down. It goes up, don't too much, drop it down. It's not because the garbage collector isn't working. It's that the way that it works is, let's say, well, I'm not going to try to make this too much of an analogy because I'm trying to still think of my own stuff, but you have references to items in memory or objects in memory. And what the garbage collector does is it keeps a count of those references. And I'm going to simplify this a little bit, but as long as the count is greater than 0, it says this is in use. So once it's back down to 0, it says this can be freed. With a memory leak, it never hits 0 again. So maybe imagine, I know you don't know probably too much about this stuff in C#, but it's pretty similar to what you've already been learning, which is, let's say you got a list of players and you just, every single time a player joins, you're like, oh yeah, players.add the new player that we have. And you just keep adding them and adding them and adding them. And And then this player leaves and you're like, oh, I'm not going to remove them though. And then this player leaves and you're like, oh, I'm not going to remove them. Eventually all of them leave, but you're still tracking them all. That would be a memory leak. It's like, well, you don't need to keep these around. The garbage collector thinks you're still using them because it's like, oh, you have players in scope. I know you have a reference to this. So I can't free it for you because what if you want to use it in the future? Yeah. Okay, so we now need to fix one problem, and it is this. And this gets called pretty frequently, I think. In fact, I think it gets called in physics process, yep. Yeah, so the number of growth stages for each plant is static for the plant. So we could just cache these somewhere. Yeah. We could just cache it. All right, where do I want to do that? Private, static, dictionary, read only. So it's going to be a crop ID. It's actually technically the plant sprite, but the plant sprite comes from the crop ID. Where do we set that? Where do we set that? It's a private setter. I should see it right in here. Yeah, there it is. What? There's only one plant and we just set the animation data? Crop. Plant. Not quite. There's whole harvest crop. And there we have carrot and pumpkin. And then there's fruiting crop. And that has the other ones, I guess. Tree and vine. Okay. I think Kevin understands the basics now. Good. Because you remove the players or something? I don't know. I wasn't listening. Yeah, well, I think you probably know the basics of it at least. So the garbage collection problems are that if you keep allocating stuff, you're going to need to free those things at some point, and that takes time. And you don't want the player to experience that time. You want it to seemingly happen in the background or during a loading screen or something where you're already okay with it taking an extra, 300 milliseconds. And then the memory leak case is that you just keep tracking stuff, and you eventually run out of RAM or VRAM. All right, what are we doing? Crop data.plant animation name. So it's a combination of the crop and the animation name, but the animation name is unique, right? Yeah. So we can, is it? Hold on. What are the animation names? Plant animation name: carrot, vine, pumpkin, tree. Yeah. So that means that a grape and a pepper have the same number of growth phases. Probably. Wait, couldn't we just do this super easily and just check to see what they are right now without doing anything special? Yeah, num growth stages. Okay, where do we check this? In process. How about this? Let's just do it in here. So I will print out crop ID and num stages. And for every carrot, we should see the same number. For every grape, we should see the same number. And apparently every grape and pepper should have the same number as well. So let's go try that out. Conversion and node path on those strings. We need to cache them there too. Maybe. What does get node take in? Watch it be a string name. Well, if it is a string name, I don't think I really care too much. No node path. Oh, that's probably still something that gets, yep, it gets created. So this I don't care about too much because all get node calls that we have should happen from ready most of the time, but it is causing allocations every time we create a new scene. And that's probably why ending a battle, for example, is causing an issue because we show end battle screen. I don't know how many nodes it's trying to fetch. Oh yeah, so it's making what 4, 7, 10, 13, 16, 19 different allocations. That's not entirely true. These aren't all get node calls. I guess I could have just done it this way. Making 15 allocations. For shame. Get node needs to create a node path. Even though we only do this from ready most of the time, there are some things that we construct so often that we should probably cache those. That sounds fine to me. It might be. Yeah. Maybe the volume isn't a problem. Well, the paths themselves are however many bytes this is, right? And if they're encoded in UTF-8, then that means that this string alone is like 100 bytes. So it's like 1.5 kilobytes every time we make a new object sometimes. Cashew them. Bless you. Bless you, Crucials. That's also some work. Yeah, but maybe it's just an easier way to cache the node paths. And by cache, I mean we could just literally do like public static read-only node path, you know, path to some button equals, yeah, button. That's all we have to do, and then just use it. So it's probably pretty easy. In fact, you know what we could do? We could rename every single button in the game to just either button 1 or button 2 or button 3, and then cut down on the number of things in memory. Anyway, I'm kidding about that. But the first part is not a joke. We could we could at least get an easy win and then cut out, you know, kilobytes every time we make something. All right, so all I want to do is test what happens when we have every crop and we just plant them like this. So now what did it print out? Hopefully that's everything. They should all be the same general numbers. So I'm going to make them unique, and then we're going to arrange them. Oh, why didn't that work? Oh, here they all are. Okay, so what do we say? Grape and pepper should match, and the others just coincidentally match. That's fine. Okay, so that's what we got to change. We got to make a dictionary of string name to int num growth stages cache. Yeah, we do that. Then when we make the animation name, plant sprite.sprite frames.get frame count. This better work. This better work. Let's close every other tab that we have open to the side, and then close these 32 tabs that we have open. I don't want to lose those numbers. This is dying for me to lose those numbers though. So how about we just paste them out of there at some point? Plant sprites in init. This should be fine. And then we just set num growth stages cache. No. Num growth stages is a protected virtual int that is a property, but it never changes. It's got to instead be a thing like that. And then we copy. Oh boy. Okay, now we put that in there. So if this thing has it, there should be like a try get value. I guess it's really just if it doesn't have it. And can we do it inside of num growth stages like that? Does that not work? Is that not valid? Non-ref returning property or indexer may not be used. Out ref? I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, let's just do out in num growth stages. Watch me care. All right, so if it doesn't exist, we want to cache this. So now get them based on that. That looks good. And then cache it, and then store num growth stages equals num growth stages. Now I got to fix some of this. Yeah, perfect. All right, that should drastically speed that up. Field should not follow a property. Here? Is it going to complain and needs to be even higher? Yes. Takes in a string and caches it, and a global dictionary could be enough and require very few code changes. Added import. Get node extension method on a node that takes a string. But you're saying I need to change. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay, but I need to call this get node. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I like that. Okay, let's run this again. Going crazy. Whoever said that? 29 errors. That's nothing. All right, what is going on here? Is it what? I don't know what this is even talking about here. It's failing inside .godot. Temp debug source generators. What? All right, let's copy that and close every other tab. I don't know why it's talking about that. I'm going to try building it again. Maybe it'll work this time. Do I have something running? No. No, it still thinks there are 29 errors. What happened here? Why is it doing this all of a sudden? This isn't even my code. Well, it's generated versions of my code. Doesn't that mean there'd be a problem in the source version of my code? Probably. Too bad I have like every single file modified. But it's probably in whatever I just did with crop, right? I don't see an error in here. What is this? Uh-oh. Did I change any add-ons? I sure hope not. Git status pb copy add-on. No, I did not. Oh boy. All right, what am I missing? Can we try running this from here and see if this is any better? It's probably just going to filter it from MS Build over to Godot and tell me the exact same thing. Yeah, it did. Doesn't contain a definition for filled in texture. Instance prep map path? I didn't even modify this. Yeah, this is some cascading problem from somewhere else. Issue is I don't know where it's coming from. Okay, well, is there anything in the thing that I just recently modified? Action, town menu, anything about crops in here? Nope. Oh, harvestable. No, that's not the same kind of thing. Reload project just in case? Yeah, I could do that. I don't think this is going to impact anything because MS Build isn't even aware of the files I need to load through Godot, right? Failed to build. Okay, how about we try this? Git stash. Now all those files go away. Can we build this? No, but in this case now. Oh, these are real errors because I just deleted the code that it's trying to use. So now we pop that back off the stash. And I don't try building again. It's probably gonna fail the same 29 errors. Yep. Okay, well, nothing left to do but to look through the code, I guess. How much could there really be? Maybe it's something like this. Could be anything. I don't see anything that shouldn't be there. I mean, I did change a decent amount. I don't know if I tested after these static initializers. I think the string name static fields could cause issues. Seems odd. I don't think so because I have a bunch of those already. I don't see what would have caused this. Also, it's not like anything's in error ahead of time. I mean, get rid of this. This doesn't matter though. I don't see anything standing out at me. And now we're down to the bottom. Very bizarre. I wonder if Ryder would tell us anything else if I just click this. Can I click this stuff? Like, none of this is real. That's somewhere halfway through these changes. Well, so here's what I guess we could maybe try. If I do this, stash only stashes the non-stage changes, right? Yeah. So if I stage everything and then I just unstage the crop stuff and then stash that. Now just crop gets stashed, right? Nope, that's not how that works. Oh boy, I better be pretty careful before I just totally bork everything, huh? I mean, we could just do this in a slightly different way too. I could just take all the crop changes and revert them for a second. So here's our current set of changes. Oh, I wanted those numbers. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Here's our current set of changes. I'm just going to revert crop for a second. I want to see, does that help at all? Like, could it somehow have been due to that? That fixed it? In case it's not obvious, I love coding. I think it's great. But then stuff like this happens, and I lose my mind. I ever figure out why the spikes are happening? Hey, Tim Bears. I think it's because of garbage collection, and that's what we've been looking into pretty much all of today. And man, it's been a fun day. So yeah, it's due to crop, which thankfully was the last file I modified. So now we got to figure out what of the two changes I made could have been causing this. Can't be a dictionary. It could maybe be that. I don't think so. Also, shouldn't there be a private set on this? And then there's just this. I blinked and I missed it. Oh, I just reverted crop and everything worked. So it's one of these three blocks of code here. It's either this. Well, I guess we could just comment this out and find out if it's that. Yeah, we only have 3 to test, so I'll just comment them all out and we'll find out which one it is. So it's not that one. This one. I mean, this one we can't comment out as easily. We'd have to do something like... one, and then also comment out this block, or at least this part. That did it? What? What? It doesn't want this to be just a regular integer? Oh, because it's virtual? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. That's me being stupid. Well, it does mean that something could override that before. Fruiting crop did. Oh god, it added 1. Ooh. Ooh. Don't like that at all. So, do we have an init in here? Oh, we do. Okay, then that's easy enough, I guess. So we call into the parent init, and then we just do this down here, and everything works. So delete that, put that there. Do that. Easy. Easy. Nervous, me? No, not at all. Not at all that I'm touching code like this that affects every single part of the game 29 days before release. Why would I be nervous? Okay, so now we plant some good old crops on the farm. Click. And now we look at all of our crops. Grape, carrot. We should find a tomato in here somewhere. There's no tomato. Oh, tomatoes don't grow on a post. Okay, and then a pumpkin somewhere. Let's see a pumpkin. Oh, there's one. Okay, so all the different ones are there. Now, does anything look weird about how they're growing? They should never jump stages, and they should never be harvestable before we can actually click them. Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're growing normally. There are carrots. Oh, right, we harvest 5 things at a time. Tomato, yeah, looks good. Grape. Oh, nice. Yeah, they can just harvest it for me. I don't need to click anything. Pumpkins. Okay. Looks good. Why was there a major slowdown there? Ate the tomatoes. You know, I like ketchup. I don't like tomatoes on sandwiches. They slide. Everything slides. Put something on a tomato, you cause an avalanche. Thought they looked a little suspicious, but maybe that's just me. They said trick or treat. Or you did, and they chose trick. Let's see. We can't force just pumpkins to be built when already in the game. Oh, whoops, I probably shouldn't have done that so fast. Slow that down. Where's the pumpkin? Hello, pumpkin. Oh, there's one. Okay, so this one is a pumpkin. Let's make it go through all the growth stages. How many was that? All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. And how many pumpkin graphics should we have? Because it looks fine to me. But I don't remember what this stuff should look like. Farming Atlas, not that one. Farm plants 1. There's a pumpkin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Use cheese to stick everything in place. I don't think that works. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Tomatoes are slippery. Cheese slides right off the tomato. Recently had to make changes to code that ingests and OCRs around 300k PDF documents per week. It's a legacy project, no actual test for quality. Only real way to know if we had any quality regressions was to hope the end users reported them or sample a bunch ourselves. Yeah. You want top of everything else? I guess the bread would work. But don't you want like a spread on top of the tomato? The final bit. Okay, we profile this now. On top of the bread. No, in the sandwich. But I did interpret it that way originally. Melt the cheese bit. Yeah, that would work. Add some sand in. Make it a real sandwich. Nothing will slide around then. So we made a bunch of items before doing this, right? And then I did this, and then we captured a snapshot and then started the game. And now crops will grow, but we hopefully don't see things just blow beyond the memory usage that we had before. It looks like it's rising slower. There's still some amount of allocation. Okay, that rose quite a lot toward the end. So something's still going wrong. Let's take another snapshot. Yeah. And every once in a while you don't see the toothpick and you bite into it. What are you? Another string name. Oh my goodness. What a surprise. Christmas came early. It's another string name. All right, this is coming from Gold Amount because I guess we're selling stuff. Well, this one is. There's other ones here. What's the other one doing? Oh God, there's conversion from a Godot collection to C#. How are you supposed to do this? Get nodes in group is causing this to happen? Is nothing sacred? This returns a Godot collection. All right, there was something in the docs I read like 2 years ago about this. Let me go find this. Godot C# collection. The main difference between .NET and Godot collections is .NET are implemented in C#, while Godot are implemented in C++. Important distinctions is it means every operation on Godot collection requires marshalling, which can be expensive, especially inside a loop. No. Due to performance implications, using Godot collections is only recommended when absolutely necessary, such as interacting with the Godot API, which you would expect to do a lot using Godot. Godot only understands its own collection type, so it's required to use them when talking to the engine. If you have a collection of elements that don't need to be passed to a Godot API, using a .NET collection would be more performant. Okay, so in this case, we're getting them. We're not passing them, so we can't do anything about that, can we? Native call. And this is get nodes in group, yeah. There's nothing we can do to speed that up. So we'd have to save on the C# side every entity that's in one of these groups. I don't think that's going to be feasible. Can we use the iterator to prevent the conversion? Well, the conversion's happening in Godot. Like Godot's making, let me copy this so I can zoom in a little bit. So we call get nodes in group, which does the native call into Godot. And then there's this happening, create taking ownership of disposable value, which is it's just internal to Godot. Yeah. I don't know how you'd get around this. And they have to register that it's disposable, which apparently creates, it's happening in our code because we use link. I don't think so. Not from what I'm reading here. Like, I don't think we have to use a link at all. I think if we just go to the title screen and do we have a process in here? No, we don't. Okay, I'll just add a process in here for right now. Override process. So if we call get tree or just get nodes in group from here, no, get tree dot get nodes in group. Godot string name dot virtual cursor node group. Or actually, do we have what, sound control group? I wonder if that even exists on the title screen. Anyway, now we're going to do this once per frame. And I don't know if it's even going to find anything. Let's check it once to see if it does. But yeah, I think this alone is probably enough to cause an issue. Converting the collection or converting a string name when calling. I don't think it's doing either. I think it's just creating internally an array to pass back to us. Whether or not we use it doesn't matter. All right, so now this is happening once per frame. So now all we need to do is start this up. And I think we're going to see it pretty quickly here. No, maybe I'm wrong about this because it doesn't look like it's going up at all. Strange. Maybe I don't understand that. Oh no, it is causing an issue. It's just not, it's not a very big issue. It looked like a bigger issue when I was testing whatever I was doing there. So memory is rising here? Why don't I see it rising? 208 kilobytes. Yeah, I don't see anything going up. I'll take another snapshot and I'll compare these now. $2,000 objects. Is it going up? It probably is, right? It was at 2,000. Now it's at 2.9K. Yeah, so it is going up. So yeah, I think it's just calling get nodes in group. There's just nothing we can do about that. Yeah, title screen process, get nodes in group. We don't even need to iterate over it. Just literally this function call is something you should apparently avoid. I mean, look, at this point, I'm not getting the number of allocations down to 0. I already know that. I'm just trying to get rid of the biggest offenders here. And well, yeah, I don't think we're going to do anything about this one. So let's delete that one for now. Hey, run. Is there anywhere you can call get, or that you're calling it very often? Can spot cache only those if they exist? Otherwise, probably not a problem. We're doing it in only, I think, 4 places in the code. Yeah, we only have 4 places. This one doesn't matter. So this is not a problem. This doesn't matter. This could be cached completely, but it's probably not a big deal. Also, we actually fetch it as a... Wait, what? Does this implement an iRead-only list? It does, wow. Yeah, so anyway, the biggest problem is this one, get nodes with component. This we do all the time. Wait a second, just to get shops? Hold on. Hold on, maybe I'm a dummy. Yeah, we could definitely do that differently. So I should probably not do this. Calling the method creates one Godot collection. That much makes sense. But in get nodes with component, we're converting it to IO new rule. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, there are 2 separate problems. You recognize that. So talking about the problem you're talking about, can we do something different about that? I'm not sure. Yeah, I thought we were just saying that there was only one problem. So yeah, I recognize the one you're talking about too. All right, so we did this with adventurers, right? And I don't remember, I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to do. Adventurers, no, wait, what, we didn't do this with adventurers? What? Did I just write down to do it and I never did? Yep. Same with shops. Both are using expensive calls. All right, well, let's just still save that for later, I guess. All right, where did I leave off with this? I should probably take another break pretty soon. Let's try this and just put something into my brain. I think the moment you do .of type, you're already doing the conversion, so not much more to do. Not sure what you mean. But I will probably get to that at some point. Okay. So we're going to take, I guess we're going to create a bunch of items and then save. Whoops, I didn't mean to save. Doesn't matter. Then get a snapshot and then do that. We still haven't looked at battles yet. Just waiting for enough stuff to happen where I can get the next snapshot. Okay. String. Oh, this is for gold stuff, right? I think I looked at this and I didn't do anything about it. What is this? Get text? Get text? What? Where? Set text and content and update tooltip. Wow. Can you believe that? Just by putting a capital T there, we're marshalling. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Well, we can make that much easier. And I guess we shouldn't be fetching text twice if we're going to do that, right? Label.text. Wait, these are two different things. This is a rich text label, but then when we do this, we're setting it inside label. So this can't change between these two lines, right? String text equals text. Intermediate variable is to prevent marshalling twice. What am I using for profiling? I'm using Rider right now and dot memory. And I think it's pretty nice. Okay, but that was only part of this, right? String. I mean, maybe it wasn't only part of it. Maybe this is the whole thing. Set text and update tooltip. Okay, so we looked at that one. Now what about these? This is update tooltip in the fishing pond. I don't know what's wrong there. TR? Oh, I see. Because we don't have it's so annoying. Because we don't have the cached version of that. Yeah. It's talking about get children call, similar scenario to get nodes in group. Do this in quite a few places. And if I understood the Godot pages on collections, when we use link over any of those, we're converting the collection to a C# one. So ideally we call these methods and use nodes. Try and use Godot collections. Did I get it right? Obviously may not be achievable everywhere. I think you're right. I think pretty much every place we do get children, though, we got to be careful about, for another reason, that we're calling into Godot. Even if we weren't doing any sort of casting, like this, for example, get party members. Like maybe we could cache the party members and then not have to do this bit. And then the of type would just be free. Or practically free. But yeah, I'll write this down too. I mean, at some point we're going to say this is probably good enough and then just stop looking at this. I don't think we're there yet. All right, where are we? TR. Yeah, so all the translate calls need to be changed. And this is many megabytes. Why, though? Why? What is calling... It's just the fishing pond? Hold on a second. Something's got to be broken with the fishing pond then, right? It checks to see if the pond tooltip is showing, but it wasn't showing. I wasn't hovering over it. Oh, maybe there's... All right, how about this? Let's just close out of that. Or take another snapshot. I mean, if it's still running, we might as well just take another snapshot, right? I don't know what I just did. Yeah, one more snapshot. Okay, now we stop that, and now we can compare this as well. Wow, that's quite a lot. 12 megabytes. And all because we're calling sample. Okay, this time I'm going to click close other tabs. Yeah, I want this one open. And I'm going to take my break. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. I want to keep working through this stuff. And we'll see you all shortly. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Oh, hello, everyone. Hey, Easy Bash. Hey again, Katie. Excuse me. Close the game. 50 wins. Good job. Okay, what are we looking at? Looking at a lot of allocations. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's probably a lot. All right, so sample. You can probably get rid of sample in a lot of these places. What are we looking at here? Get random item on ground. Why do we sample? First or default, because this can be nothing? Oh. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah. Okay, well, we have a function here, get random element. We don't allow this to be null, though. So how about we say get random element or null? Or null, t question mark. And then here, if list count is 0, return null. And why is it not working? Oh, default? Should that have said or default? Otherwise, do this stuff. Yeah, okay, that looks good. All right, so that should drastically speed up this thing, wherever that was. Here, get random element or default. Okay, easy. So that fixed this entire thing. And then find crop to harvest is the same. That can't be right. Find crop to harvest. How does that work? Find item source, get random crop to harvest. Get town, get random element. If it's 0, return null. I mean, this could say or default at this point. I don't see a call to sample in here, though. Am I misunderstanding something? Oh, no, they all go up. No, they don't go up to there. I don't totally understand this. Yeah, I don't totally understand that. It's calling find item source, right? Find crop to harvest calls find item source, which calls into a function, but that function doesn't necessarily, like in the case of the crops, it doesn't have a sample in there. Huh. Yeah, I haven't started configuring Rider. I think I'm going to configure it if they end up sponsoring me, because then I would actually be using it for a while. Otherwise, I'll just use these couple of tools and then probably let the free trial lapse. All right, well, the next one is this. Get random item on ground to list. Okay, that is here. The to list is there. And yeah, we're allocating every single time we need to do that. It'd be cool if there was a dot random here, but I don't know how they'd do that. So find items that exist that aren't being held, that aren't reserved already, and then get a random one of those. Is there an easier way to do this? I guess the problem is that I have a hashed set of items on the ground. But even if it were already a list, I need to filter that list. How would I do that without allocating? I guess I just filter without link. Yeah. All right, well, let's change this to this. Not that it prevents an allocation. Item display functions. Let's go take a look at that. Item display functions. Line 39. Yeah, so possible object allocation. It's going to be an object allocation. filter the indices instead and get a random one of them. Problem is it's an IEnumerable and we're starting with a hash set. Hash set does not have random access. So we can't just like get something. We need to iterate over all of them and turn them into a list or something like that. I guess it doesn't have to be a list. If we make an array, it's going to be stack allocated, right? Like I could have just done to array. Let me try something then. Ground item source test equals ... everything here. Is that the same problem? Okay. Sure. Fine. All right, I don't know. That's good enough for now then. Let's look at the next one. This is... what exactly? Get crops ready to be harvested? Plots where select... and then to list. Take a list from the caller that you fill, then the caller may be able to cache a list. Yeah, I think the core problem that we have here is that this is all based on game state, which can change frame to frame, and that may change even within a single frame multiple times. So if I were to do something about this, like get crops ready to be harvested, we'd probably keep a list of crops or something like that, crops ready. And then when one becomes ready, add to that list. When one is harvested, remove it, and so on and so forth. Whatever other things could potentially cause this to change. And it's like, well, we just manage that one list now. Now we just consult the master list of crops that are ready. That is, I think, the proper way to do this. But that's a bigger architectural change than just like, let's fiddle with some string names and whatever else. So we're trying to just tackle the low-hanging fruit here. This one, oh man, I don't know. This is taking up so much. Oh, that one at the top is by far the biggest. This is in get crops ready to be harvested. And yeah, what does that look like? Farm. Get crops ready to be harvested. So the select is problematic too. I meant more just caching a list instance that you clear on each call, just to keep the internal array cache to avoid any allocations. Oh, I see. Interesting. So, yeah, interesting. So we cache this and then just set it to this thing every time. Probably need to like clear it and then fill it with new ones. So I'm guessing if we did have that, we'd do like a dot clear and then an add range with all of that stuff. And that'd be slightly better. I think get crops ready to be harvested could return the plots instead. I think I'm reaching the end of my comprehension for some of this stuff. How would that help us? A farm plot is not an item source. I'm not sure. I'll look through some of the other things for now and we'll see what else we can find here. This is get treasure chests and then we select them. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to do anything about this. Yeah, man. How often do we call something like this? Oh yeah, all the time. All right, well, we can tackle that at a later time. Yeah, it's pretty much all this. I guess when you leave the game running with a bunch of workers active, it's going to be all the worker stuff that they do, which granted is what happens when a regular player plays the game. We still haven't looked at battle stuff though. Yeah, this is like the bulk of the remaining things. That and translation. Yep, that and translation. Two places that call this method could just access plot.crop instead. I see what you mean. So I think the largest changes we could make. We still need to test battles, by the way. Largest changes we can make. Move all translate calls over, especially the ones that happen often, like setting gold, showing timers, etc. And then changing how workers find items. We should probably always know which displays exist and just read through those. We should keep an updated list of... Wait, what? Howard? Yeah. Like, get crops ready to be harvested. What else do we have? Get treasure chests. Get occupied or empty item displays. Bye, Cruddlefish. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for the help. Does anything else show up here? Get random actionable warehouse display. Yeah, this stuff's crazy. Just have a lot of it. I should probably look at battles still. Yeah, I should look at battles. Okay. Yeah, Pretzel, it's 2 a.m. I should go to bed. Actually, still is pretty late for me, according to when I normally stream. I streamed for 7 hours today. I still can't believe back in the Botland days, it was just like 8 hours every day. Not every day. I mean, it's 4 days a week. But every time I would stream, it would pretty much be 8 hours. I would take a lunch break, though. So today it's been 7 hours, and I don't count the lunch break time in that time. Hey, Mendoza. And you're welcome. That's my pleasure. And I'm not done yet. I am going to set up a new scenario where we have all the adventurers. And how do we want to do this? We should probably level up some of them. Let's get them all to level 12, because then they have all their abilities. Then I'm going to save after we do this because it's going to be really tedious. Actually, could I do this a little faster by doing that? Yeah. I have 2 right clicks now. And 1 more. Okay, now we assign some skills. We want to get at least 1 skill in each, or 1 point in each skill. That way we're testing everything. Good. Good. So many skills. We have 70 skills to click in total. We're down to 21 left. Now 14. Okay. Now let's select everybody and make sure we put 1 in everything. Yep, 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 yep. Cool. So save that. Now let's get the town hall for auto battling and save again, I guess. And then unlock everything and then save again. And now we send them into battle somewhere. Probably doesn't really matter where. Should be a place with at least 2 waves. Yeah, let's put them here. Okay, so let's do 3 parties in, or 2 parties in the crypt. And 1 party over here. And then save and quit. And now we, oh, what, was that running through there the whole time? Okay, never mind. I could have not saved and quit. Yeah, I was thinking about those jump scares the other day. Now I had to be like, I'm back, everybody. Play soft music, whisper into the microphone. Okay, take our snapshot. And now we let it run. We can watch it. They're all going to make it there. Oh, they're like definitely going to win all the battles. We should probably test losing battles too, but I don't think it's going to make a big difference. The lose battle screen is the same as the end battle screen, but without loot. So, yeah, shouldn't really cause any problems. Now, I'm guessing what we're going to see from this is a whole bunch of string name stuff. And then maybe some projectiles. And I'm not sure what else. But things like projectiles do need to be created. We could pool them so that it reuses them. But I'm just hoping it's not a big impact. Okay, I'm going to let another couple battles run. And that's probably good. Okay, so now let's stop this and compare. And what do we see? String name where? Set and get of what? Packed scene? Bolt? What string name would be getting set? What? All threads root? Oh, that's confusing. Yeah, I don't see anything here that I can control, really. It's all threads root. I don't know what that is, but that's taking up the bulk of it. I should look that up. Hey again, Dead Walking. All right, take care, Vessel. Have a good 2:03 p.m. or a.m., excuse me. Oh, it's already 2:08. It's always rough getting back into leak code. All right, let's look this up. Rider.memory all threads root. What does that mean? Did I name it correctly? Is that what it is? All threads root, yeah. Huh. Didn't find anything. What? Am I going nuts? Is this a Godot thing? Maybe it's a Godot thing. All threads root, yeah, huh, strange. Is it a Godot thing? I don't know what that is. I don't know why that's showing up. I also don't know why trying to, oh, maybe it's case sensitive. No, it's not. Wild. Well, I don't know what that is and what I can do about it, but it's 7 megabytes of allocations over a bunch of battles. So that's too bad. What else do we have in here? Get children for adventurers. Yeah, that we got to fix. What's this one? Get overlapping bodies. Because we're for eaching in a... No, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Should only get one since we cache the scene based on the string. Yeah. What is the problem with this? Create taking ownership? Oh, because it's returning an array, right? All right, what's this stuff? Update entity. How is this? Oh, less than 0.01%. Yeah, 160 bytes. That's totally fine. Don't care. Don't care whatsoever. What's this? Create floating text. Deal damage. Use basic attack. Use. And create floating text is making. It's got node path in there. Oh my god! Because every time we create a floating text, we're doing what? One single get node. Is there a get node in here? Yep, one single get node. But we make so many of these. So wait, that's the part I didn't understand there. This get overlapping bodies, it's a Godot array. It is enumerable though. And it should be enumerable using their own. What does this interface require? Like a get next? Get enumerator. Get enumerator. No, yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. It's already doing that underneath the hood. I think for eaching over a Godot array is fine. Am I late to join? No, I think I'll still be online for a little bit longer at least. But hey, Jake. It's been quite the day. Yeah, so I don't think we have to do anything there. I do want to change this. Man, there's Godot string names. So I guess we should go make a Godot node paths or something. Godot node paths. Shouldn't really be in constants, maybe. All right, well. Into Godot. Node paths. Yeah, C. Godot string names. For more information. Okay, so what's the thing? We want a node path of label, I guess. So dumb. Actually, no, we shouldn't even do this, right? We should do what Kevin said. We should just make the extension. Although it doesn't matter for all of these. It only matters for some of them. So we can just choose when we want to use the extension. Before I do this, I shouldn't even... Let's just copy this and save this somewhere else. It's temp. Godot notepads there. Yeah, just in case. I don't think I'm going to want that, though. Now let's go open up the one that I did make and just delete it. Okay, what am I doing? I'm looking at this still. So yeah, that's the next thing I want to do is make the node path translation. This to-do list is a mess. Next up, make node path extension. Where's Kevin's message on that? This. Okay, anything else? So, what is this? We can't figure out what this is. All threads root, I just don't know. Subsystems. Okay, what else do we have here? Where? Get effects implementing interface. Get haste multiplier. This is probably just because I happen to have a cleric in one of the parties. No, but I had everyone pretty much. Get haste multiplier. Did I type something wrong? Oh, yeah. So we're iterating over a collection. Okay, yeah, that's wrong. Let's just make that a list. That's going to speed everything up. Yeah. All right, now let's look through anything else that's here. Filter battlers by team, get targets. This is also just calling where, okay. Yeah, hopefully those things are a little bit fixed. Get animation. 100 kilobytes. Man, that's a shame. That's such a shame. We can't even check the animation that we're currently in without it creating something for us. And where do we do this? Update while living. Which we use inside of gravel buff here. What is this? The golem moves its head during the attack animation, but the gravel chunks are drawn as rock fragments that always have the same Z index. Oh my god, this is crazy. This is crazy. And this requires me to know that we're in a particular animation. And in order to do that, we got to fetch this. I mean, we could cache that in animated sprite too. The problem with caching anything is that later on, when you go to modify something and you don't realize there's a cache, if you haven't encapsulated things correctly, you might just break everything and then never realize it. Well, I don't think this is probably super important. Yeah, it's probably not super important. How often does that happen? Update while living? What calls this? This better not be processed. Please tell me this is called from physics process at least. Okay, good. Yeah, it should be physics process effects. That's fine. I don't really care that. It's running at 60 FPS, not whatever other. You have a higher hertz monitor, higher refresh rate. All right, of type iterator, process abilities. This is what's taking up the bulk of this. Process abilities. Go through every ability and get the active ones. This is for adventurers. And of type is causing a problem. I mean, we could just delinkify this, right? Ability system. Yeah. What am I doing here? Convert link to code. Yeah, so that's kind of what I want. What's this saying? Converting null literal or possible null value into non-nullable type. Oh, yeah, why is that not a question mark? Is that how you do that? That's probably not how you do that. I mean, I would trust that Link is doing this correctly. But then I don't like this. I think we should have a processability function. So all of this should be extracted out somewhere. Which I'm guessing we can just right click and go to refactor. Extract method. A new method declaration below the current one. Yeah. I don't know. Figure it out. Good. All right. Now we type a name for it. What is the rename? F2. Okay. It's going to be called processability. I think you do, if not, XX is not AC ability. Active ability. Then continue. Otherwise, you write it like that. And active ability. All right, now there's a problem here. There's can update. What did this used to say? We used to check. Oh, I think we had to do this here for every ability because you might have died using an ability. Yeah, oh man. Hey, Kasha, I'm guessing that is not how you pronounce your name, which, by the way, please do let me know how to pronounce it because I like knowing that stuff. That goes for everyone in chat, by the way. But thanks for the raid. Oh, Kaiza, you already told me. Ah, this is where having my notes is great. And I must already have you on here too, right? Yeah. Yeah, since then, I've added a lot of other names. But yeah, welcome to everyone. Hey, Tomic. Hey, Lucy. What's the point of that? When was that introduced? I don't know when it was introduced. And I'm actually not totally sure why people use it over not equals. I like it for some reason, but yeah, there's probably a reason I haven't looked at it. Saw news about Skeletor on TikTok. Very hyped. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Thick. Yeah, for those new here, I'm working on a game called Skeleseller. And I have a Steam page here. Kaja, and I've known it for years. I'll let this just kind of play so you can see what the game's about. Hey, Push Toy. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for the raid. I don't think I knew you streamed. I give you a shout out. I will check out. Let me write this over here so people can still watch the trailer if they want to see it. Check out Kaisa. Cool. Have it written down. All right. Anyway, yeah. So this game is launching in 29 days, which might sound like a lot of time as a player, but as a developer, it sounds like almost no time. So I think we're going to take as much time as possible of the remaining days and just try to keep working on the game. I'm a little bit nervous only because we're working on performance stuff still, and I wanted to work on things this will improve the game for players, but it'd be nice if it improved it in ways that makes it more fun for them and not just more playable for them. Okay. We have to check this for all abilities in case you died. Why is this closure allocation? Capture of ability parameter and this reference. Where? I don't see any lambdas in here. Oh, there? Oh my god. All right, well, we're not doing anything about that right now. Yeah, so of type should be fixed, which was like 4 megabytes out of a decent amount. I mean, that's a good chunk. There's some, I should just look this up. C# is versus equals. Difference between X is null and X equals null. When there's no overloaded equality operator. Maybe that's the reason why, so that people can override a null check with double equals. Yeah, so they call two different things for checking for equality. All right, so what else is on here? Get effects implementing interface. Get effects implementing interface. This returns a list, but why? We're only ever going to iterate over them, so making an extra list is kind of pointless, right? In fact, that's what we do everywhere. Yes. So this should just return an I enumerable and get rid of the toList call. Probably the same thing for these too. Get effects of ID. Don't we just iterate over them afterward? First or default. That should be fine. That is just to get the count. Okay, let's make sure that this isn't broken anywhere in the callers. No, it isn't. Well, this isn't done very frequently, right? No, it's only done twice. I don't care about that. Get effects of type. That's probably done a little bit more frequently. No, it's done never. Okay, well, I'll just say goodbye to that one then. What else do we have? Process effects. Huh, strange. That's allocating? Oh, did we make an extra list? I sure hope not. We make an array. And then sorry, that's not an array, that's a list. Sorry, yeah, we make a list, then we add to it. Okay, so then this is to figure out which ones we can remove. Yeesh. I want to do that node paths thing. Let's close out all these things. Yep. And this is what I want to code now. So get node needs to create a node path, even though we only do this from ready most of the time. There are some things that we construct so often, we should probably cache those. Get node extension. So yeah, node extensions. Get node. I don't know, cache. I got to come up with a name that's going to communicate what I want without it being gigantic. What does this notation do? This is a generic. So like, let's say you have a list of ints and a list of floats and a list of some other thing. I don't know, adventurers. You wouldn't want to write code to generate functions for all of these things, because at some point you need like a public void add list int list and then another integer. So instead you make a generic interface for all these things that knows how to act on any of those potential objects. So you make a list T, and now it could be a list of integers, it could be a list of floats, it could be a list of adventurers, and it's up to you to decide what you want to make out of it. You learn benefits of them. I heard they have overhead and doing for loops is faster. I think the bulk of the benefit of LINQ is code succinctness and getting a like semi-functional interface, because it's not until later .NET versions, I think .NET 9, that it actually became more performant in some cases. Probably not in every case, but certainly more performant than it used to be. All right, so get node cache. So what are we doing? We're passing in a string node path, and then we're caching these stupid things. Yeah, sure. Throw up both those things are null. And then we'll return this, but this is it's gonna need to do a bunch of things. Gonna need a T here. It's gonna need to do that. And then we need to cache the node path that we get, which we can do like we did in Godot string names. A dictionary of string to node path. Godot to... I'll just call this node path cache. And then here we're going to do... Oh, nice. It's not nice. That's not what I want. I want this. Great. Okay, this is where AI is great at just doing the mechanical stuff. So now we get the value out of this, and the value we pass into here. And that'll make our code quicker. How long have I been programming in C#? Was I a C# dev before doing game dev? I think I first started using C# back in 2010. And then I used it for probably like 2 to 3 years. And then I stopped until 2015, and then used it for maybe like 2 months. And then stopped until 2020. And then again, used it for another like 2 months probably. And then stopped until 2023. And then I've been using it for 2 years. So it's, yeah, probably a total of like 5 years. But it's been long breaks in between. I like it. I think it's a good language. I don't like the interfacing with Godot. I feel like it's like there's always a lot you have to keep in mind. Okay, so now I have get node cached. Now I want to do this in anywhere that we call all the time. So like floating text has, oh, not that. Floating text.cs has a ready, which can do that. And I think it's got to say this on it. Yeah. That should work. What's your other background? I've got a quick little thing of it there. Can't remember what happened each year like that. It's usually because there's some other event in my life that happened. Like if you ask me, hey, when have I traveled to a particular place? I could barely even tell you like what years they were for the last 2 years of travel or something. I just don't remember that in my head for some reason. But I have a lot of other stuff in my head that is just pointless. Perhaps the best example is the robot clip. That's the biggest waste of my brain space. I don't remember which version, but they used SAMD and Link to be performant. Oh, really? Oh, cool. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is yet one area where you could call this. Let's just search for every Git node that we have, because we should have, what, like hundreds? Yeah, hundreds. And anything where this shows up enough places, like waves cleared, that's once per battle. It's probably not important, but it's also not that hard to just do Git node cached. Oh, I should also write a comment on this, right? Godot CCRF equals node path. Involve marshalling. Wait, involve allocations. They always involve marshalling. Allocations each time. So we cache them here and wrap the underlying node path API. The paths themselves sometimes contain enough characters to be like 100 bytes, and some nodes get created so frequently, e.g. loading text. This can be helpful. All right, don't care about any of that. And floating text should be F12able and isn't. Where is it? It is in scene script. Cool. Hey, Neochrommer. Yeah, late stream. I'm going to be trying to stream a little bit more than normal lately, do more development than normal. No, I shouldn't say stream more than normal. On the development days, I want to stream more than normal. But on regular days, if I'm doing marketing stuff, I might not stream that still. How do I turn this off? There we go. All right, so we have that function. Now we're going to use this in any place that might help. Center party members did this. Okay, well, let's call get node cached, I guess. I mean, we could call this everywhere. It's a trade-off between keeping this value in RAM versus having to allocate a new one every time we call into this. So it really should just be for like the hot paths of the code base. Although so many use frequent names like label or hflow container that it doesn't need to cache too many of them. It's actually a good reason to use generic names sometimes. Well, a niche reason that is just coincidental and really shouldn't be intentional. All right, party section base. How often do we make a party section base? Party section and party section by class. Probably not frequently, but again, I just don't see any reason why not to do this, I guess. Regeneration progress bar. That's at the end of every battle. Debug draw, I don't care about. Debug menu, don't care about that either. Battler system, battle system. Sure, let's do that. Node extensions, this one's fine. Intro, definitely don't care about. Intro, don't care. Because that all happens once per like save file. I doubt many players are going to see the intro more than like twice. An outro, same thing. They might watch it once and then just be done. Unless speedrunning becomes a thing. All right, Battler, definitely want this. Yeah, so looking at this, it's like if we add up all of these strings and just join them like that. This is, whoops, what am I doing? This is 176 or something bytes. I know I just seemingly made up that number, but I think it was 22 characters and probably 8 bytes per character. So 176 bytes, it just keeps getting created and created. And you have 4 party members toward the end of the game, and you probably have like 9 enemies in most of the battles. And then you've got summons for some of your characters. So it's probably more like maybe like 16 times 176. So you're making about 3 kilobytes of allocations per battle that are pointless. Godot may have constants for them. Yeah, but they might be coincidental. And no, they wouldn't be coincidental. Yeah, no, something like a label or a life bar. It probably does have the string control in here. Yeah, native name. However, that's private, so I guess you can't even access that. So yeah, also that's a string name. It's not a node path. So it would still involve constructing. I don't think they have node paths in any of these. No, they probably don't. How do you figure they're being created? The strings. So they look like strings here. But what happens is this function, get node is what it's really called. It takes in a node path, and then node path has a way to get converted from a string. So somewhere, yeah, here it is. Implicit operator node path string from. There's an allocation right there. So like that's what is so tricky about C# and Godot. This happens all over the place. Happens with every single string name, which is how Godot understands the world, basically. Happens with node paths, which is how you construct every single one of your scenes. And probably some other places that I'm not thinking of. But yeah, this is why I think this is so tricky. You can't cache the path. Oh no, we are caching the path. But this is one of the things, like, I didn't even realize some of this stuff was happening until finally profiling this. And it makes me angry. Like, look, on one hand, I think about this and I do think Godot should cache some of this stuff for us or give us the option. On the other hand, documentation does make it clear that this is happening. And then on the third hand that most people have, it's that think of the average person working on a Godot game. Like, will they know this stuff? Will they know to do this? And the drawback is kind of what people complain about on the internet a lot, which is like, we code somewhat wastefully in terms of CPU and RAM and VRAM just because, hey, computers are powerful enough now. Why should I have to worry about this stuff? And I agree with that to an extent. If you're working on a business and you're making a game and you're going to make like Pong, you shouldn't optimize the heck out of Pong. It doesn't matter. Every computer can play Pong. So like, yeah, do things wastefully if it's going to speed up your amount of time to getting to whatever business goals you have. But then, yeah, the problem becomes what happens when you take your like game jam game where you're like, oh, this showed a lot of promise. And now you have all of the laundry list of things to do. And I think it's just game dev. There's like make the game and then there's polish it, work on performance, like update it, localize it. I think the expectation is that the garbage collector handles it so they don't worry about it. Yeah, and the reason why this is an issue for me now is because when I'm playing the game on the Steam Deck, you can see the frame graph or whatever. So like imagine that you have time, this is like time and this is FPS. I'm not going to write it out there, whatever. Okay, so we're at 60 for a while and it like dips very briefly down and then keeps doing that. And imagine this every time. These are very brief blips, but it's like this is very likely a garbage collector event, and it just happens for the rest of the game. And it's noticeable by the player. You'll be panning the camera around. Imagine me doing this. Like you see it moving very smoothly and then like, oh, it stops and then it jumps or something like that. You'd be like, oh, that didn't feel good. So that's why we're trying to tackle some of these things. Implicit operators in C# are neat, but they're making very annoying to debug or read code. I think I don't know, I'm torn on this. I like that it's implicit, but I don't like that there's an implicit allocation with it. It's like certain things, like let's say I don't know if this is how C# is coded, but if you say something like int x equals, no, how would you do this? Float x equals 5. Like this is probably an implicit conversion because they're converting an integer. Like I didn't put an f on here. And that's okay. There's no like side effects to this. You recognize that when you typed an integer, it's going to get stored as an integer, and a floating point can directly represent the number 5, so there's no problem. And it's not like anything weird there. It's when there's a side effect or when there's I guess the side effect in this case is a garbage collector one, so not, classical side effect. Hey, Ginger Dev. I'm doing well, but man, today's been a lot. Probably a nightmare for devs who want to target a Nintendo Switch. Those GC pauses will tank hard on that hardware. Yeah. Wonder how much of the game I'd have to like redo. This is why I'm pretty much telling people like the game's not coming to consoles or mobile, almost certainly. C# is getting more options for memory management these days, array pool, etc. You're coding a GC language without ever hitting a GC event. I guess you could. You mean like you're not allocating anything on the heap? Ginger, did you copy paste that message? The timestamps are super close. Okay, so bulletin board. I actually don't care about bulletin board really. Steadfast, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, game does a lot of work. Let's see. Button with custom children. I don't know how often we use this. I know we use it on the battle map. Although again, like I said, we should probably just cache everything, right? Icon button. Okay, we do use this a lot. Well. Then let's do that. This dot get node cached. Cool. You allocate but always reuse it later if you need similar logic. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and that implies that there's nothing like temporary going on in the game. Because you could imagine if you went from like I don't know, Super Mario 64, you go into Bob on Battlefield, then you go to somewhere else. It's like probably there are going to be assets in Bob on Battlefield you don't need somewhere else. And at least on the N64, if you didn't clean those up, you'd have an issue. All prep for the release. What's left on the agenda? So performance, some more localization, ideally some more features that people will enjoy, and a bunch of bug fixes and polish. So we're probably going to use each of the last 29 days. And then a bunch of launch tasks too. Like I could actually put the new build up and make it so that on itch you can buy this. Need to change your code style probably. Yeah, and that's another thing that I think is worth thinking about is like imagine there was a way, just some hypothetical language where for 90% of development you are flying. And then the last 10% expands so that it's like 150%. That's probably not a good thing to do, right? Like probably you should be tackling this complexity as you go. And some of it you could have the awareness about and then just do it. How many wish lists are you at, if you don't mind me asking? I keep an up-to-date thing here. All this isn't public. But I checked yesterday. We were just above 11,000. So 11,520 at least when I checked. I guess I could just load this. Yeah, 11,643. So today we've gotten about 70 net. Because a bunch of people always remove it from their wish list. But yeah, I made some TikTok shorts that did very well. And that's what that spike was. I actually got up to like in the 300s, which I've never been able to do before. Even when I was on the front page of Twitch, I got 100 wish lists. And I want to be on the front page of Twitch for launch day. But that, I think, was the front page of Twitch. 101 wish lists. And I don't know what the deletions were on that day. It's kind of hard to see that bar. Yeah, I'm not even going to check. It doesn't matter. Forgot to mention, try the demo. Oh, my Rogue Ally. Guessing the demo doesn't have the fixes for gamepad, right? I couldn't see any pointer. Is it a Linux device? Or is it Windows? Doesn't have fixes. Hang on a second. Let me take a look at that because I don't... How would I even check this? When did I publish the last demo? Give me a minute. I'm looking off screen because I got to do stuff on Steam for that. There it is. Okay, Steam Pipe builds. February 11th. 5 days ago. No, it's probably not live. When did I fix that? Man, I got to push a new build soon. Because... Yeah, I got to fix this stuff. Virtual cursor... Direct controller in here somewhere. Steam Deck. Five days ago. There's a bunch of performance stuff. This doesn't seem good. Couldn't see any pointer windows. Oh no. I don't know if that's supposed to be there or not. Let me see. Where did I write all the controller stuff? Because I think it is supposed to be there. Disallow rebinding this. Fix virtual cursor on Linux. This is not good. Yeah, this should have already made it online. Assuming I pushed from this branch, which I don't know why I wouldn't have. I'm going to write down what you said, and I'm going to potentially reach out to you after pushing the next one of these. Because, yeah, this is crazy. Hey, Ezra, thank you for the raid. How'd the stream go? How's everything going? Haven't seen you in a little while. Yeah, thank you, Vibe Hub. Hey, Kaiser. What's the huge spike in June? That was a couple of YouTubers covering it. Do a TikTok dance? No, hey, Thoros. Follow you on GitHub? Oh, thanks. Yeah. I don't really do anything public on GitHub. I appreciate the thought, nonetheless. So welcome in, everyone. We're working on Scala Seller still. It's 29 days until launch, and there's just so much to do. I am feeling only a tiny bit panicked, but the game itself is here. There's a demo. You're welcome to play it. It's got about 30 to 45 minutes of content. And yeah, we're actually probably toward the tail end of the stream now. What was it that I just did that I wanted to test at this point? I think we need to start committing stuff. Oh, right, the get node cache. Oh yeah, I have not finished this. Right, I'm glad I'm paying attention enough. So I want to look through the rest of these. This is a chef's line, doesn't matter there. Control with overlay background. These don't get created all that frequently, but I'll still change this to get node cached. Streaming well, or temporarily taking a break from main game to do Godot Wild Jam. Journey is the topic. Chilling and such. Getting a lot of community engagement for starting a weekly update. That's good. Accountability thing on my YouTube channel where everyone gets to commit to doing weekly update and progress report. Are you like collecting up their updates and then sharing them on your YouTube channel? Are you like linking out to those people or something? Or is it just your stuff and you're encouraging other people to do the same? So I think that's really cool. Hey, Ward. How's the C# experience compared to GDScript? It's really, it's kind of a can of worms. So I have my reasons for using C# to begin with. And just as of a few days ago, I started experiencing some issues with just the C# side of things. And a lot of it has to do with marshalling performance and sort of like hidden allocations that happen. But on the GDScript side of things, I feel like it's a less expressive language. But then you don't run into these hidden things because it's like a first-class citizen of Godot. So all in all, I think there are pros and cons of both. That's what I'd probably say. Hey, Tim. How went Marketing Monday? We are doing cache a bunch of nodes Monday. Oh, Kaiser. Wow. Thanks for the 6 months of subscriptions. I always feel like it's too late to warn someone when that already happens. But I will say this. The schedule will probably be rocky after launch. Like, launch is March 17th. There's probably going to be a decent amount of streaming up until then. But then I don't know what'll happen. And at some point, I really want to take a break because I've been working very hard the last few months. So I appreciate the sub, but I'm trying to say that probably at least one of those months you won't get any value out of. Okay, cool. As long as you're fine with that, because there's no way to, it's nothing I can do at this point. At the Monday Monsters, what does that mean? I don't think I've heard that before. I've heard of the Sunday Scaries. Is Monday Monsters where you're like, why isn't the week going by faster? It's like leading the pack, my own weekly update. I see, yeah. And then extra time I do community highlight to report on what people have been sharing. Pretty cool to see and share. Kind of helpful for those people who don't have enough commitment to make their own channel for a devlog. Yeah, I like that a lot. Well, that's cool, Ezra. Catch you when I catch you. Nice. Just a hard day mentally. I get you. Yeah, and you've been putting in some long streams too. Which I think I'm going to have to start doing. Maybe not stream, but just regular work. Oh, I'm fading pretty fast. What time is it? 4:50? Yeah. It's been like 8 hours today. All right, what is this? Customer. Customers, we don't make that often. I'm probably just going to leave this one as is. Yeah, Enchanter Den, yep, same thing. Don't really need to worry about that. And Battle Screen, we definitely should change every single one of these. And that should be every single get node call that we have. No, there's one more in init. Okay, well, that's fixed now. Cool, done with that. Farm, we only use once, I don't care. Fishing pond, don't care. Game settings menu, probably don't care. Yeah, I don't think I care. Guild doesn't matter. Guild sign doesn't matter. Harvestable, that one we probably should care about. We're just trying to find anything that we use often enough and changing this get node to a cached function. In battle screen, I'm not even sure I know what that is. In battle screen. It has the buttons and this stuff. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, that one's pretty common. Especially when you're auto battling. Battles toward the end of the game. Actually, probably on average, battles take like 15 seconds, but you can have 2 or 3 running at a time. So if you average it out, it's probably like one battle every maybe 6 or 7 seconds. So yeah, often enough. Everything felt against me, and I'm trying to prepare to contact everyone about upcoming Next Fest. Oh, I know exactly how you're feeling. I made a Blue Sky post that is one of my favorite posts ever that no one really cared about. Where was it? This is how I've been feeling since apparently January 4th. I don't have a Blue Sky link. I don't really post that much. I might as well just add it, I guess. Hey, Patty Wagon. Hugs, yeah, thank you. And notification. Have followed me. How nice. I will follow you back. Hey, Darth Maul. Does the success of Mutagenics give you some motivation? No, but I think only because in my mind I internalize this as like the Binding of Isaac person made a hit game already, and now they're making another game, so they already have like player trust. They already know how to make a successful game, and the game looks pretty good. So it doesn't necessarily motivate me. I'm happy for them. I don't have anything against them or anything. It's almost like if you said, hey, like Elon Musk made another $1 million, does that motivate you? I'd be like, no, not really. I just, yeah. I think the things that are motivating me are closer sort of to this. Like Foolbox released his demo. I thought that was pretty inspiring just to see how his game development has evolved from his prior game. And I thought that was pretty good. I like seeing the other just streamers streaming, for example, like Tim is in chat right now. Ezra, I don't know if Ezra's doing the main game that I saw him working on from before. But he's working on a game jam now. Anyway, when I see people who've been going for a while and they're just working on their project, they're putting in the time, because I think that's what's needed. And for those who saw that video I made on YouTube, this video is like 30 minutes long, but it covers what the game used to look like. Like at one point, you would have probably tuned into my stream and you would have seen this on the screen. And you would have been like, this guy's got no chance. Only just looking at this, you'd be like, this isn't a game. This doesn't look fun. Like, what's going on here? He needs to spend like 2 more years on this. And yeah, we did spend 2 more years on it. I need YouTube. You mean my YouTube channel? Or just a YouTube account? Because yeah, mine's there. And these game dev streams, every other chatter is a game dev streamer. I think with game dev in particular, yeah, it's probably mostly programmers or like designers or something like that. But every once in a while, there's someone who comes through, and there are some people who are here on a regular basis who would say they don't really understand programming, but they still like being here. I always find that segment of the audience kind of amusing to me, only because I've watched things that I don't really understand before. Like, I don't know, Ski Dog the other day was streaming himself working on his car, and I was like, oh, interesting. Yes, I'm understanding everything. Yeah. Burning Slime. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. What were you doing? What were you doing? Hey, Starcat alien thingy and Jerry. I don't know anything about programming. I'm an artist. It's like listening to music in a different language. Yeah. Hey, tech guy. How do you have the stamina to keep working on this? I'd get burnout. Well, I don't know if you see my tenant process, but I very much focus on sustainability for this in terms of me not burning out. So yeah, that's been a priority since day one. What engine or language am I using? I'm using Godot and C#. Playing Hightail and Repo with friends. I'm a fellow game dev though. Oh, cool. Yeah, what's the game you're working on? I've heard of Hightail and Repo. I haven't played either one. I don't understand anything. I find this relaxing. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, there was an article recently that was posted on Hacker News that was the guy who made OpenClaw got hired by OpenAI, I think. Probably for some like ludicrous amount of money. And people were guessing what the motives were and everything. But that person apparently made like 70,000 commits last year and only vibe codes. And my computer, this is very nice of you, Kaiser. I too am an artist. I mod for Meb. How nice. Yeah. Yeah, I've really come to appreciate the game dev community on Twitch a lot more as of like the last, I don't know how many months. But I streamed for a long time, starting in 2015 all the way to like 2020. Just like more than 5,000 hours in that time. It felt like a lot. And then I took a break to go work in the industry again. And then I came back. And when I came back, there were a lot of new names and faces, but some of the older people were still there. Like Tim and Lana and I don't know, probably a handful of others, but a lot of names that I just have not seen in a long time. And then plenty of new names. And it's kind of sad to not see the old people again. But now I feel like I've gotten to see enough of the category where I'm like, oh yeah, cool. We're all a community. Some of the game I'm making is to yours. Yeah, I think leaning into the JRPG side of things could be interesting for this. And I think that'll appeal to a certain category of people. And they might really like the game. But I think the route I went is maybe a little bit more of a general approach. I'm not trying to say one's better than the other. I'm just saying they're two different things. Like I pursued Botland for a while, and that was a very niche game. Had a few very successful products way before LLMs. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, he said he wasn't even like, well, I was just reading Hacker News. Someone said that he wasn't even looking over his own code for this thing. Senior technical writer. Oh, wow. Yeah. Has AI impacted you a lot, Kaiser? I'm curious about that. Frog Fury. It's a silly platformer party PvP game. Oh, cool. Cool. Is it like Duck Game at all? Hey, Lemon Drop. If you're older than Shrek, you were old in my book. Hey, now, you can't say that. You're an all-star. Very much like Duck Game. Yeah, cool. I played Duck Game a little bit. I get worried as an artist, but keep going. I don't think it's impacting me personally too much, but it's certainly impacting the tech industry. I think it's hard to find a big tech job and not have them be pushing AI down your throat as a developer. All right, Ingame menu we don't care about. Instance we probably care about. Oops. Wrong thing. All right, instance slot, probably same thing. Do we reuse these? I don't actually remember. How would we find out? We probably don't, but if I go to instances manager, we'll probably find out. Instance slot. Here we go. We probably add to this somewhere. Yep, right there, which means we instantiate them, which means I should change this. So let's get all the get node calls. Cool. AI is too stupid. I see. Okay, yeah. Plus, I think technical writing has a lot of empathy with your customers and finding out what their use cases are in their scenarios. Pretty fickle and quick to anger, which is actually pretty good for us devs in this instance, since they like us making video games instead of AI. Yeah, I wonder if the tides will turn on that at some point. Yeah. Has anyone used it successfully? Maybe my problem domain does not have enough training data, but asking questions related to compiler stuff always gives bad answers. So I think there are a couple of different realms in which I use AI, and some of it is in search. I think search is actually very good. I'm impressed by AI search. Like I'll be searching for, I don't know, a Godot issue or something like that. And I know enough where if I'm searching for something and like Stack Overflow would pop up, I'd be able to tell if it's a good or bad answer, even if I didn't know the answer ahead of time. And I'm not bragging or anything. I'm just saying like I could discern that. So when AI tells me something that's a good or bad answer, it's like, well, it compiled all of what I would have done in one spot. And it's very nice for that. And whenever it leads to another question, now instead of being on Stack Overflow looking at question A and having question B and needing to go somewhere else, I just type into the site I'm already on. So for search, I think it's great. For coding, I use it for autocomplete mostly. And a lot of autocomplete is mechanical. It's like, imagine you're typing, what are you on your phone? It's probably going to say doing next, right? Or like, yeah, it's probably going to say doing. In fact, almost all of your phones, if you're typing in English, will probably do that. And it's like, that's mechanical. You could type out those 5 characters and a space, but it's a waste of your time. So I use it for that too, and I think it's pretty good for that. I don't use it for a lot of other things. Like I don't vibe code. And if you want to hear my entire opinions about this, I made a very long video. But no need to watch that. That's the short story. Yeah. Okay, instances manager. Don't care about this. In-world button. How often do we use this? Spell books? I don't think this matters. Item is pretty frequent. So let's do that. Item bin, not frequent. Item display. We create them enough where I should probably do this. And this is already going to be cached from all the other ones that have this, and we might as well just cache that too. Okay, cool. Item machine, not frequent. Keybinds menu, not frequent. Lever, nope, don't care, don't care. Loot item, definitely care about that. Scene transition, that doesn't matter. Notification box, those are pretty common. Well, they're sort of common. Notifier, we just get the container. Don't care about that one. NPC. Oh, this is going to super pollute my commit. I should have thought about that. Because now we're going to have to weed through like a million files and find this. Talking seemed to be what my iPhone... Oh, really? Yeah, let me try this. What are you doing? And guys and up. Those are the ones I have. What are you up to? What are you guys doing? What are you doing? Yeah, I read. Second stream of the day. Yeah. How do you suggest getting into coding on Godot? I've made my own apps, Twitch bots, even teach coding, but I can't wrap my head at all around how the environment works or how to get my scripts to work. I think the best thing is just to start with the entire getting started guide. And that might sound like a lot, but it's just 6 pages. And they're all great. So if you've read this and still can't make sense of it, I'd say that you should read and follow along with it. And it'll probably make sense to you. If you've done all that other stuff, it should be pretty easy for you. But yeah, I think this is a very, very good guide. You can probably ignore the scripting. Well, it's not even that long. Yeah, you can probably ignore the scripting languages section. But yeah, the rest of this stuff is probably pretty useful. Lack of accountability when confronted due to people abusing the platform to get others to run malicious code. Yeah, although to be fair, that kind of accountability of I've got too many things on my plate doesn't really have to do with AI usage. Like I could, yeah. I know that in this case, well, it might not even have been in this case. It's like people just do have a lot of things on their plate. Is it a monetized product, by the way? I thought it was open source. Yeah. All right, NPC. NPC's not too frequent. I mean, I might as well just put this here. When in doubt, I should just err on the side of caution. Player ability tree. This is not common. Portal. There's only one. Quest progress. Do we make new ones of these? I don't care about this. Quest progress item. I probably also don't care about. Rectangular region. I don't think I care about that. Recycler. Nope. Shop. Nope. Signpost. I mean, we make enough signposts. Might as well do that. CPU particles. All right, skill buttons. We have a ton of those. Skill table. Sure. Spellbook. We don't have any of those. Storeroom. We have almost nothing there. Tavern. Don't care. Title screen. Yeah, I don't think I care. Tooltip. We make a bunch of tooltips. Town. Town shouldn't matter. Unless we do this outside of ready. Then I think I would care. Not in any meaningful way. No, I don't care about this. All right, we have 278 results left. Yay. Maybe 15K a month in Eastern Europe, which is crazy money. Took full advantage of AI. Yeah, that phenomenon of being overemployed, I think it doesn't mesh with my core. I would never do that for a bunch of reasons, but it's a very intriguing concept. Town hall. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Vault doesn't even exist. Walking entity. There are a bunch of these, but they get created once and they're kind of just done. I'll still do this. There's just not that one. This one's not worth doing. All right, what's this? Walking to portal. Yeah, this one we should do. If you build a platform with no oversight and it leads to abuse, I believe you should be accountable. Oh man, I don't know. It's hard to come up with an analogy for this, but I almost imagine imagine you made an open source Discord and people were hosting their own servers and they're like, hey, I'm getting a bunch of racist content in my servers. It's like, well, I just made the platform. You go figure out the moderation now. Because my understanding of OpenClaw is you download this thing and then you plug in a model API and then it acts as a personal assistant. And I'm guessing it's doing all sorts of bad stuff. But he didn't make the actual AI. And how much could the platform stop people hosting these malicious skills? Oh, I don't know enough about... Yeah, I probably shouldn't chime in because I don't know enough about how the product works. Yeah, I think if you're hosting malicious content, it's a bit different. Dialog box, this happens pretty often. Confetti does not happen very often, but it doesn't hurt to just do this anyway. Crops are very frequent. I want to do one more profile about this. Oh, hey, Mysterious. Fade out tilled land. Root sprite, sure. Yeah, this stuff's all pretty common. Let's keep doing this. We have, what, 234 more of these? Oh, boy. Set selected instance ID. Why do we do this like that? Strange. Visualize camera, get map marker. Sure, instance map. Do I care about this? No. Map flag. Probably not. Map marker. Map tooltip item reward. These are pretty generic. All right, party chooser. How often does that exist? Nothing inherits from it. But battle panel tab. And that's it. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about that. Party member, that one's probably a little bit more important. I was listening to my uncle talk, who works on some pretty advanced stuff for big clients. He says he has entire AI workflows that save him literal months now. Wow. Yeah, I guess a question for a lot of this stuff, which I'm not saying this is a leading thing, is how much of this will seemingly save people months until it finally catches up to them somewhere and then cost them years. But yeah, like I said, not trying to be leading with that. That's a thought that pops into my mind. Instances scroll container. There's only one of these. Star Battle, there's only one of those. Ventures panel tab, there's only one of these. And then this. Okay, nice. We're getting through large chunks of them now by not having to worry about any of this stuff because there's only one of all of these things. Treasure chest, we get a bunch of those. Yeah, same thing here. Treasure chest display. There are not as many of those. There's only one treasure room. Only one of those. Contextual tip. Yeah, let's do that. I don't know if that's necessary. Currency label. Game credits. Icon button for sure. Instant slot toolbar. Okay, we make one of these every time we make a battle window. Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, we were probably making kilobytes of extra allocations every second just from battles. Every time I try to have AI do anything but write a very specific algorithm that I already know what I wanted to do, I get results I wouldn't want on my code base. Yeah, I feel like even today, the autocomplete stuff has saved me time. Hard to say how much time exactly. And VS Code is kind of trying to tell you how much time almost by doing this. Oh, I can't show this easily, can I? Anyway, yeah, it's underneath my camera. It says AI versus typing average 12%. Accepted suggestions today, 78. So I've accepted 78 suggestions. Some of them might be like, I typed out all the way up to here and it typed out the rest of this, which, I mean, that wouldn't be a very big suggestion, but that's where the 12% comes in. Apparently it accounts for 12% of my characters typed. 100% vibe code, don't check anything. They're pretty easy to spot. They're about to get fired too. Okay, so here's my take on being overemployed. You can be good at multiple jobs. That's it. You don't have to use AI. It doesn't necessarily mean you're slacking. And it doesn't mean you're shortchanging either or of any of the companies. You don't have to just be a 2, I guess. Now, that said, I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of sort of subtext with that, which I'm just not going to get into. This is tooltip names. What even is this? What is this indeed? Oh, they all have tooltips. Okay, yeah, sure. That's fine. Let's cache that. Relay visibility, don't care. Radial menu, don't care. UI, don't care. Item action menu, shouldn't matter. Buttons aren't created every time. Environment signs. Chanter, mana, banner. We're looking good on all of this stuff. What is this? I'm gonna do that. Challenge mode end screen. Don't care about that. Don't care. Cool, we're getting there. These should be cached. We make these often enough and it's cheap. Perk choice with adventure, yeah. Okay, we are almost finished. Treasure chest tooltip content. Just gonna make it and not worry about it. And then treasure opening progress. Sure. Okay, let's go try profiling this again. Hopefully it builds. Give it a task on my unconventional code base. Really figure things out quite fast by searching through the code. Yeah, I think it's hard to say what it reminds me of exactly, where there's just a step function of change in what you could do. I remember when I first messed around with the abstract syntax trees, and it was when I was working on something for Botland, and I was like, oh my God, you can change the entire program. This is nuts. And that's just a computer science thing that's existed forever. I think AI sort of feels like that, where you unlocked something. It's like magic started to exist in the world. Hey, Daniela. Is the career advice and interviews in my channel? I don't mind doing that again. It won't happen for the next couple months probably, but yeah, I still do mentoring, by the way. I just only have one mentee and their private sessions. But I still do it. Hey, Smalls. Drive-by. Thanks for having your game boot so fast. Made me look into why mine took so long to load. I improved load time from 14 seconds to 2.5. Wow. Yeah, nice. Awesome. That's amazing. Hey, Wizard. Yeah. Okay, so the game builds. Let's try running it. I'm going to need to wrap up some of these changes just in terms of roadmap pretty soon and then test the whole thing. So if I load the game, please tell me I have it. Yeah, nice. I have a save file. Okay, so we're going to go run that inside of Rider so that we can profile all of this stuff. Ooh-wee. Okay, so we're going to snapshot as soon as we join. Good. Then we're going to wait a bit. Let's just let some battles run. Gonna make deving much less painful. Yeah, I know. If you think about it, if you ran your game even just 10 times a day, you're saving yourself 2 minutes per day. And you probably run it more than 10 times a day. And also, you probably gain insight into how to fix every future game, too. So it's like from now on, for as long as you use Godot, you won't be spending as much time loading. Yeah, take care, Smalls. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you sleep well. Congrats on the work. Okay, again, we're just letting this run for a little bit, and that's probably long enough. Now we get another snapshot, and we compare the two. Okay, so there's a where in get effects implementing interface. Yeah. I mean, the other way of doing this would be to cache them in a dictionary by their interface. These are changes I don't want to make yet because I think they'd be annoying. But yeah, we end up doing quite a lot. All right, what is this? String name stuff. Please tell me this is coming from translate at least. No, it's that thing from earlier. And just getting... Man. Tween property? Create floating text. Every tween calls into this. I wonder why. Oh my god, is it because it's a string name? It's a node path? You really can't win, can you? Oh, I should fix that. Yeah. In fact, how many of these do we have? Oh god, they're everywhere. There's 72 of these. And how many are in common locations? Fade function's pretty common. Fly function's pretty common. That's pretty common. Intro sound system is not. Intro anything is not. That's all intro stuff. I don't care about that. And outro, I don't care about that either. Okie dokie. Well, whenever we're tweening stuff, in fact, if we just search for tween property in this file and find them all and then go over a little bit and then delete all the duplicates. Actually, let's do that. Nice. Now we can delete all those lines. That probably doesn't matter. Some of these aren't going to work. But yeah, a lot of these are modulate, position, scale, makes sense. Modulate, position, scale, position, modulate. Yeah. So we should probably change that too. Tween property should cache node paths, especially for floating text. Hang on one sec. Abby, come on. Abby. Oh, I hear her. Gonna run her little fluffy butt over here. Come on, girl. Yeah. Good cat. For everyone here, don't load resources with packed scenes unless you want the entire packed scene and its contents loaded into memory. Yeah. How long have I been a dev for? I've got a command. Hang on, the cat's on my keyboard. Move your little paw. I want to type the command. All right, check out the ACJ command. Does that work? Hey, nice. Okay, cool. That's why I have voice commands. Hello, cat. Oh, she's so soft. This is Abby. Here's another picture of her from a while ago. I should really get a different picture. I just really like this one. Let me find a different one really fast. I have one I think I shared a little while ago that I really liked. Yeah, this one. This is her sunbathing in a basket of blankets. What a cat. What a cat you are. Okay, what else do we have here? I think we've done a lot of what we can do for now. Yeah. Oh my goodness. What's this one? What is this? Register Godot object, constructor property tweener. Green managed. I can't tell if this is the node path that is constructing. No, there's also a Godot object there. What is that? Because we passed that in, but this should just be a node, right? What is this? My God, the comment is gigantic. An advanced variant type. All classes in the engine inherit from it. Yeah, okay, then that's fine. Should we get a kitty? Prefer a puppy? No. Cats are the best. I really, really like cats. I think the things I value is they're clean, they're soft, they purr, they're not a lot of work, and they generally love their owners. So they're better than dogs. No, they're better than dogs on the clean front usually. And the purring. Dogs don't purr. What is this? Create battler by enemy ID. What's going on here? Yeah, my cat loves me. What about hamsters? I don't think I've ever owned a hamster. I feel like when I was in middle school, our classroom had a hamster, which I guess meant the teacher had a hamster. I think that's my only experience with a hamster. Yeah, puppies are a lot of work. I mean, even kittens are a lot of work. Any high energy animal is a lot of work. And even Abby has a lot of energy. You have to play with her quite a lot every day. All right, so what is this doing? It's just instantiating and adding a child. Oh, these are probably legitimate allocations. Yeah. These are legitimate. I don't think you can do anything about this. Like, we have to create battlers. The only thing, if you have to create it, I guess you could reuse it potentially. All right. So I want to try one more thing, which is running on the Steam Deck. So let's go test this out. And then I am exhausted. I bought the new Diablo 2 expansion with the new character. My friend and I played for a couple of hours and then stopped. And I've been waiting for him to be available. And maybe tonight we can play again. But it's just so surreal to me. I know I talked about it, that they released a new character for a 25-year-old. Well, not, it's more than 25 years old, but it's been 25 years since they made a new character. And I don't even think it's going to be that much fun. Like, I don't think it's going to be $25 worth of fun. It'll breathe some life into the game for me, but not a ton. All right, upload to Steam. Then find the Steam Deck again. Got to get this before the cat comes over again. They still have the source. But they didn't... They patched Diablo 2 Resurrected, not the original game. In fact, this character is not in the like original game, and it's not you can't even go into like the old graphics mode to see it. So they patched like I don't remember when it came out, I don't know, 5 years ago, 5-year-old game. Okay, so this is now on the, it's not on the Steam Deck technically, but it will be very soon. So an update dialog should pop up. You know the drill. It did not pop up. That is not the drill. The new class has no classic art. No. What happened here? Did I mess up? Oh, now she's licking me. Oh, yeah, I didn't click set build live. Oh, whoops. It's okay. Yeah, there are 2 confirmations. So now if I click this, it should say updating. Yep, good. Progress bar. Then we click it. Yeah, I played a lot of those mods. Yeah, I want to see the experience again. I think a lot of nostalgia-based games are about riding the hype wave. Like when WoW Classic first came out, just seeing the number of people there, like that, I'd never seen so many people playing the game. That was pretty crazy. Okay, so we're loading a game. I don't remember what was going on in this. Yeah, so here we are. It is running at 60 FPS. You can see the number of stutters there at the upper. Whoa, that like really tanked when I hovered over tooltips. We should probably figure out what's going on with tooltips. Oh, yeah, we're at 7. Actually, let's just clear the number. All right, reset it. So yeah, let's just let this stuff run, see what happens. It should be a lot better than it was, but I'm guessing it's still not perfect. Oh, I'm hearing the sound now. Can I turn that up through this? All right, let's start some battles. Oh god, I gotta fix that bug. Oh no, there's so much to do. Oh, I cast that. Magic missile. Yeah, I didn't eliminate the problem. I think it's probably better than it was. Although winning a battle definitely seems to slow everything down. How did you detect a stutter? Yeah, just frame taking too long. I'm gonna guess strings. Actually, probably not. I think it's just that we're updating them too often. Like if I hover over that, actually that's not too bad. What if I hover over this? No, that's probably fine too. Why am I using the Steam Deck? I could just do this on the computer. Oh, I guess because there's a little bit of latency here. All right, what does that do? Frame rate's still fine. Oh, it spiked. Went to 83 milliseconds. Well, I guess one of the things we could have figured out, and I didn't actually measure this, is how many stutters per minute happen. Because it's not too bad. It's not like this is, you know, flying upwards. And I can still play the game. Whoops. In fact, I think it's going up by 1 every battle that we win. But otherwise, it's not too bad, right? Yeah. If we just stop the battling. Okay, stopping the battle, apparently. No. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, so I think a lot of this is like starting and stopping battles. The passive rate when you do nothing is much slower. Yeah. Man, I feel like optimizing a game like this should not take me as long as this. Okay, that looked pretty bad. That might have just been the streaming thing, though. Because that's why I'm watching this Steam Deck. Yeah, I think creating battles is still just intense for some reason. I gotta profile that at some point. Take care, Tim. Enjoy finding those stars. Stars for Hollywood. Yeah, she says goodbye. You can't hear her. Still need to do performance profiling and not just allocation stuff. Did I make the graphics? No. Those are mostly Quickie Joe who made them. They're the credits there. All right, so here's what I want to do. I want to... Well, I guess that's already up to date. So, Tuesday, main goal, wrap up as much of what I've already done as I can. Oh, I can only stream tomorrow morning. Drat. Okay, maybe I should save the wrap up for the afternoon. Oh man, like I want to put performance stuff on hold for a little bit. I want to put perf stuff on hold for a bit. Fix issues like the analog buttons quadruple clicking. And also get some localization stuff worked out. More interesting to optimize the code flow rather than API interactions and allocations. Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess doing it all at once hasn't been very fun. I have learned a lot though. And I have a lot of items here. Like this list is up to 18 pages. Best way to get more perf is to do less, only change what APIs you call if they show up big in the profiler. Yeah. Yeah, I generally agree. A lot of what I was trying to do here is to see, well, like how much can we cut down the garbage collector? And I think we cut it down a decent amount. I could check out an old build, put it on the Steam Deck, put that stutter counter in and see how much it used to be per minute. It probably was a lot higher. I mean, worth trying the ugly cheat of forcing the GC regularly and seeing if it can be a small enough hit to not be noticeable. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. I want to investigate performance of starting and stopping a battle. Something is going on there that I could potentially do something about. Yeah. Oh man, all right. Well, like I said, what a day. I have streamed for more than 8 hours, which I have not done in, what, years? I'm feeling good about the game itself. There's all this wrap-up stuff we have to do. And if we just look at how many GitHub issues I left, there are 107. Like, there's no way these are all happening now. Yeah. Am I okay? Well, you're up super late. I'm okay. Yeah, so for anyone who has not already seen the game or played the game, I do recommend trying out the demo. A lot of people have said that they like the game and that they wouldn't have tried it otherwise. So there's a link to it in chat, this Steam link here. And if you like it, wishlist it. If not, give me feedback. It's totally fine. I'm not offended by anything when it comes to the game. Let me find someone to raid. Where is the raid tool? Raid channel, here it is. Okie dokie, let's look at the people. I'm gonna keep that muted, same category. All right, low uptime, not following. That's what we're looking for. Here's someone. Converting storage to match state cache. Cool, okay, let's go raid them. Freedom Studio. All right. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here. I'll be back online tomorrow and I'll just be here for the morning, I think. But then Wednesday should be a full day. So I will catch you all later. Goodbye.